rhywbeth gystal a sefyll ar gyfer cadeirydd, is-gadeirydd a dirprwy prif weithredwr Cyngor Sir, os gwelwch yn dda.
Good morning, councillors. We'll begin with a prayer. O Lord, we ask you to assist all who guide the life of this nation, and in particular members of this council, so that they may in word and deed promote justice, truth and peace, in order to fulfil your will in all matters through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Please be seated. Okay, are we all ready to go? You councillors have been called to come here this morning of Carmarthenshire County Council on Thursday, the 27th of February 2014, for the purposes set out in the summons. I need to go through a few housekeeping arrangements before we move on to the agenda. There seems to be a strange echo here. Can anyone sort out the echo? I've got fairly good ears, so it tends to affect me. Okay, we'll move on. Fire alarm. There is no planned fire evacuation today. However, if the alarm should sound, it will not be a test. Members of the public in the gallery should remain where you are. A fire warden will immediately attend to you and lead you to a place of safety. Members and officers should vacate the chamber in a calm and orderly fashion via the appropriate exit and assemble below the castle walls, facing the quay of the River Towey. Webcasting of meetings. Before proceeding today, I have to remind everyone that the proceedings of today's meeting are being filmed for live or subsequent broadcast via the Council's internet site and in the archive record of the meeting. The images and sound recording may also be used for training purposes within the Council.
I should also explain that generally the public seating areas are not filmed. However, by entering the meeting room and using the public seating area, members of the public are consenting to being filmed and to those images appearing on the Council's internet site and in the archive record of the meeting, and may also be used for training purposes within the Council. I should also remind all present that the Chair has the discretion to terminate or suspend filming if, in his opinion, continuing to do so would prejudice the proceedings or that continued filming might infringe the rights of any individual.
Microphones, translation units. All members should have already checked whether their headphones are working before the meeting commenced. If you have difficulties during the meeting, then please draw it to the attention of the committee officer in attendance, who will assist you. I must remind all members and officers that you should only activate your microphone after I have invited you to speak on an item. This will allow the proceedings to be broadcast seamlessly. Apologies for absence, please.
Chair, there are 4 apologies for absence this morning. Councillor Winston Lemon, Councillor Kerry Thomas, Councillor Errol Morgan and Councillor Bill Thomas.
Thank you. Declarations of personal interests. We all have a responsibility under the Code of Conduct to verbally declare any personal interest that we may have in relation to any item appearing on the agenda today. Please ensure that you clearly indicate in which agenda item you have a personal interest and the specific nature of the interest to be disclosed. You will also need to repeat your declaration of personal interest at the commencement of the relevant agenda item and indicate whether or not you will be drawing from the meeting during consideration of that item. Similarly, you will also need to indicate whether you have been granted a dispensation by the Standards Committee or the Monitoring Officer to speak or vote or both in respect of any item on the agenda? Well, before we move on, I'll ask Mr Edgecombe just to come in to explain this particular point.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I'm sure members are familiar with their duties under the Code, but... I'm sure members are... I'm sure members are familiar with their duties under the Code. I think it would be useful, though, to remind them of two particular paragraphs which could be relevant today. Under paragraph 8, members are required to approach matters with an open mind and listen to all the arguments put before them, and then make a decision on its merits and in the public interest. Paragraph 10 requires members to disclose any personal interest that they may have in matters under discussion. A personal interest is one which meets the criteria in paragraph 10, subparagraph 2. As the Chair has indicated, if a member believes that he or she has a personal interest, and that interest is also prejudicial, then they should not take part in the proceedings. It is for each member to consider their own position and form their own personal judgment as to whether or not they are complying with the Code. Thank you, Mr Chairman.
Yeah. Okay. Are there any declarations of interests? Anyone? Councillor Jean Thomas. Thank you, Chair. For my great shame, I have to say that I am a trustee of the Devitt Pension Fund, point 4 on the agenda. Okay, we'll move on. There may be faces on the top table that are unfamiliar to you, so I shall ask everyone to introduce themselves. And I'll begin with the Wales Audit Office officials.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Anthony Barrett. I'm Assistant Auditor General at the Wales Audit Office and the appointed auditor for the Council.
I'm Geraint Norman. I'm from the Wales Audit Office also, and I'm the Financial Audit Manager.
I'm Richard Harris. I'm the Engagement Lead for the Financial Audit in Carmarthen.
I'm Tim Carr. I'm a Queen's Counsel in private practice at the Bar in London. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, item 3, indemnity for libel counterclaim. If you can make a point of order. It arises from the Constitution 4.1, and there are two main issues, in fact.
Just to ask in what guise Mr Carr appears before us today. We've been summoned to an extraordinary meeting of the Council, and that meeting, under our Constitution, paragraph 4.3, states that we're subject to the same Council procedure notes as an ordinary meeting. It also states, and I'll quote, no business shall be transacted at any extraordinary meeting except such as shall be specified in the notice convening the meeting. We've not been notified of his presence, neither is he mentioned on the agenda I have in front of me. If you tell me he's here as a QC, then he has no authority here according to our Constitution, nor can his presence be considered in any way under the structures of the authority's workforce. And just in case anyone dares to tell me that he's representing the Council, let me tell you, 4.1 in our Constitution, that this Council delegates powers to its Executive Board to make decisions on our behalf. And that states, 4.1, if it wishes, that's the Exec Board, to make a decision outside the budget or policy framework, this should be referred to the Council as a whole. Any invite to Mr Carr was based on a decision that falls outside that framework, and therefore the Exec Board nor its officers were not entitled or delegated to make it. That decision wasn't referred to the Council. Nobody asked me, do I want to be represented? And can I just remind this Council what we're here to do, to consider two reports by the Welsh Audit Office. This is not a court of law. This is an elected chamber. Both reports are public interest reports issued, and I'm quoting from the report, to draw the public's attention to decisions made on their behalf by this Council. The only people being represented here today are the good people of Carmarthen, by 74 elected councillors. If Mr Carr is here as a member of the public, then he's allowed one question and a supplementary at the Chair's discretion, if that question has been submitted 7 days prior to the commencement of the meeting. Therefore, on that point of order, unless his attendance here cannot be properly justified under our Constitution, then I would like to respectfully propose that he leaves, although of course he's perfectly entitled to stay and listen to proceedings as a member of the public. The second point also refers to the printed agenda. This extraordinary council meeting has been convened at the behest of the Welsh Audit Office, who gave us a month during which to arrange this meeting in order to consider both these reports and our response to them. And yet, when I turn to the cover page for item 3 on the agenda, I'm told that we're here to consider the Welsh Audit Office report on the indemnity for libel counterclaim. So I then expected to read the report that we're meant to be discussing, and yet, when I turn to the agenda, turn the page, what I see is a joint report by 2 of our officers, and the report we're meant to discuss, the Welsh Audit Office report, tacked on as an appendix. Exactly the same thing happens on item 4 on the agenda. I turn to the cover page to be told that I'm meant to be considering the Welsh Audit Office report on the senior officers' pay and pensions, and yet when I turn the page, what I see is a report by our Deputy Chief Executive and the Welsh Audit Office report attached as an appendix. Can I offer my personal apologies to Mr Barrett and the Welsh Audit Office for what I see as a slight, and ask once again on a point of order how this has come about, together with an assurance that it is indeed the Welsh Audit Office reports that we will be considering today. I expect both these points to be answered by the organ grinder. Whatever might happen in other council chambers, in this one, that would be the chair, and through him, our monitoring officer.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I don't agree with the Councillor's view that the presence of Mr Carr's instruction is contrary to Article 4.1 in the Constitution, as being contrary to the budget or policy framework. The decision to instruct external lawyers to provide advice to the authority is a matter for the monitoring officer. In this instance, Mr Carr was instructed to provide advice, a second opinion, if you like, on the Council's position in relation to the libel indemnity. He's provided that opinion. It's in the papers you have before you. I would remind members of the advice I gave a few minutes ago on the duty under the Code in paragraph 8. They have to approach this matter with an open mind and listen to all the arguments. It seems to me to exclude Mr Carr would mean that members are denying themselves the opportunity to listen to all the arguments. That is my view. Let me finish, please. I am using the microphone. Ultimately, it is a matter for you as members to decide whether or not to hear from Mr Carr. I will just remind you of your duty under the Code.
I'll allow to come back, but please be brief. I will be brief.
On the reference to, in the Constitution, to the external legal advice, which doesn't come under the Exec Board's entitlement to make decisions. What it does say is to procure external legal advice and support in relation to any proceedings or matter involving the County Council. Nowhere does it say about being present in a County Council meeting in order to do that. That would be my point.
I've nothing further to add. That's my view. There's no legal or procedural reason, in my view, why Mr Carr shouldn't be allowed to address you today. It is a matter for you, as members, as to whether or not you wish to hear from him.
Mr Darren Price.
Thank you, Chair. On the same point of order as Councillor Dole, I've got a few questions to the leader. Was there any member involvement in the decision to ask Mr Carr to attend the meeting today, or was it purely delegated to officers? The second question, it's been suggested...
point of order,
in terms of process, Chair, in terms of Mr Carr's presence, I think that's a fundamental issue. And the second point, of course, in terms of fairness, Mr Carr is not the only QC to have advised this authority in this case. And I'm just wondering, was contact made with Mr James Goody, for example, who provided advice back in 2008, and whose advice is included in the papers before us today? Diolch.
Mr Jeff Owens.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to ask that exact question.
Right.
We will now proceed in the following manner. You've just asked who's in the chair. Well, I'm actually in the chair. So, and the reason why I feel that Mr Carr is here is that we are here with an open mind to listen to both sides before coming to a view. Now, if you're not happy with that, I'm willing to put it up to a vote. as to whether Mr Carr be allowed to stay or not. And the only reason why I agreed that Mr Carr should be here is that he makes a brief statement on the advice he gave to Council and to answer questions. But if anyone wishes to propose that we should go to a vote, now is the time. It's high time that we moved on.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I was just about to remind you that Councillor Darren Price asked through yourself.
Let's try and make some progress on this. Is there a motion that we go to vote to allow Mr Carr to stay or not? If that's the way you wish to proceed, Chair, then yes, I would propose that we do so. I'm grateful to Mr Edgecombe. Point of order in the Constitution. I don't feel that he has answered it adequately, because he's gone as far as to say, yes, the monitoring officer is permitted to bring in external legal advice, but my point relates to his attendance in this council meeting this morning. So yes, I would like to put it to a vote, because I don't agree with the response provided. Is there a second that we go to a vote whether Mr Carr be allowed to stay, on condition that he is only here to make a brief statement and to answer questions? It's been proposed and seconded. We'll put it to a vote then. And what are we asking you? What we're asking you is, do you wish to permit Mr Carr to stay, to give a brief statement and to answer questions or not? Yes or no? Everyone in favour that he stay? Everyone in favour of him staying? Against? Is there anyone counting, just to make sure? I would say that there is a majority in favour. Now, the only reason we've permitted this is in order we are here with an open mind, and we are here to listen to both sides, and we can then come to a view. So, okay, we'll move on to item 3. Indemnity for libel counterclaim, Wales Audit Office, report in the public interest, and the joint report of the Director of Resources, Section 151 Officer, and the Head of Administration Law Monitoring Officer in response. Given that no one has declared any interest, I'll move on. It's now my pleasure to call upon Mr Anthony Barrett of the Wales Audit Office to present his report. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I will be very brief. I think the report speaks for itself and is sufficiently clear, but just to remind members that, in my view, the decision of the Executive Board on the 23rd of January 2012 to grant an indemnity to the Chief Executive for bringing of a libel counterclaim is unlawful. It's unlawful as the Council is not authorised by statute to grant an indemnity in respect of bringing a claim or counterclaim for defamation. I acknowledge there's a difference of opinion between myself and the Council on this matter. In my view, the law is very clear. You can indemnify to defend a claim. You cannot indemnify to bring a claim or indeed a counterclaim. In addition, there were some failings in the governance arrangements and processes adopted by the Council, which could also render the decision unlawful. I make only one recommendation, which is that the Council should rescind the decision and withdraw the indemnity granted to the Chief Executive. And I would just draw members' attentions to what is required at this meeting of members. The Council is required to decide whether my report requires it to take any action, whether the recommendation in the report is to be accepted, and what action to take in response to the report and recommendation. And that's all I have to say, Chair, but I'd happily take any questions that members may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Barrett, for opening the debate to the floor. It's now my intention to invite Mr Tim Carr, QC, to explain the legal advice given to the Council in a brief statement.
Thank you, Mr Chairman, and thank you all, and bore da. I wish to start by correcting the misconception that the Wales Audit Office is an authoritative source of law entrusted with the power to make binding determinations. It is not. I heard on BBC Wales News this morning the public interest report described as a, quote, official ruling, unquote. That is not, with respect to the BBC, an accurate description of what the public interest report is. Mr Justice Collins a High Court judge of great eminence and repute, stated in a 1999 case involving the District Auditor for the Isle of Anglesey that the purpose of a public interest report is not to reach final conclusions, but to enable the Council to carry out investigations and correct any matters requiring correction. So in this case, the public interest report concerning the indemnity for the Chief Executive's libel counterclaim states the Wales Audit Office's view of the legal position. That view is, as you've heard from Mr Barrett, that the indemnity was unlawful, and it is a view that is entitled to the respect properly due to it, but it is not an authoritative statement of the law, and I believe it is wrong. I would add, so does the Welsh Assembly Government, whose view is entitled to just as much respect as that of the Wales Audit Office. The final guidance issued by the Welsh Assembly Government in 2006, which is Appendix 4 to the report before you today, states at paragraph 18 that power to grant an indemnity outside the terms of the 2006 order, quote, is not removed by this order, end quote. The Welsh Assembly Government's view is therefore directly contrary to Mr Barrett's view. It supports the view of the Council, which I share, and of my colleague and Head of Chambers, Mr James Gowdy QC. It is also what the Wales Audit Office told Mrs Thompson, the libel claimant, in August 2012 was correct after taking advice from what it described as, and I quote, its legal team, unquote. A view which the Wales Audit Office itself shared in 2012 and the Welsh Assembly Government apparently still shares is entitled to respect. Unfortunately, Mr Barrett's report makes no mention of the current Welsh Assembly Government's final guidance in his report. In a letter of the 27th of January this year, which is not among your papers, Mr Barrett stated that that guidance had been, quote, withdrawn, unquote. That is not correct. It has not been withdrawn. It is the Welsh Assembly Government's current final guidance on the issue. In 2003, Mr Justice Sullivan warned against what he called litigious authorities, quoting his words, funding defamation proceedings other than in rare cases where that would be appropriate. Mr Barrett quotes the passage from the judgment of 2003 in his report at paragraph 19. In this case, Carmarthenshire was not a litigious authority. It did not sue anyone. It was sued, along with its chief executive. Both had every right to defend themselves and did so successfully. I have advised the Council that the indemnity in respect to the costs of the chief executive's successful counterclaim was properly reached and was a properly reached decision and was lawful. Mr Barrett says the decision to grant the indemnity was procedurally flawed, in addition to his view that there was an absence of vires to make the decision. In my view, it was not procedurally flawed. I gave my reasons for that view in my written advice of 27th November last year, which is Appendix 7 to the Monitoring Officer and Section 151 Officer's report before you, so I will not repeat my reasons. I am, however, instructed to state the following points of disagreement with what is said in the Public Interest Report, and I will confine myself to the most important points and not deal with the more minor ones. First, Mr Barrett says at paragraph 19 that Mr Gowdy, my colleague and Head of Chambers, advised in 2008 only that it was, quote, arguable, unquote, that the power to indemnify outside the terms of the 2006 order had survived. That is not correct. What Mr Gowdy in fact advised was different. It was that the contrary view, the view which the Wales Audit Office now holds, but did not hold in 2012, is arguable, but that the argument is wrong. Please see the words in paragraph 8.3 of Mr Gowdy's opinion, Appendix 3, to the report before you today, and those words are, quote, I do not agree with that argument, unquote. Secondly, Mr Barrett says in his report at paragraph 20 that the cautious and reserved terms in which Mr Gowdy expressed his opinion were not properly reflected in the report to the Executive Board for its meeting on 23rd of January 2012. That is not correct either. That report, which is Appendix 6 to the report now before you, fairly reflected Mr Gowdy's opinion and did not misrepresent it, as you can see for yourselves by reading it. Thirdly, Mr Barrett has said in his report, at paragraph 30 and in public statements reported in the press, that the Executive Board decided to grant the indemnity without having before it independent legal advice as it should have had, and that it did not take into account Council's view as to the Chief Executive's prospect of success in his counterclaim. That is not correct. The Executive Board had before it the advice of Specialist Libel Counsel Mr Adam Speaker, and the prospects of success on the counterclaim were in his view good, and he said so. That is advice that time has proved correct. The Executive Board also had before it the legal advice from Mrs Linda Rees-Jones, the Monitoring Officer, in her report. Mr Barrett does not acknowledge in his report before you today, the Public Interest Report, that Mrs Rees-Jones was, and is, the Monitoring Officer and a qualified solicitor. There is no obligation on the Monitoring Officer to obtain advice from an external source at public expense if she is confident that she can give the advice herself. I have advised the Council that her report provided that advice, that her advice covered all the relevant points, and that it was correct. After reading Mr Barrett's report, I remain of that view. Finally, Mr Barrett asserts in paragraphs 22 and following of his report that the decision was unlawful because the Chief Executive participated in the decision-making process while having a disqualifying personal and financial interest in the outcome. In August 2012, the Wales Audit Office, having, quote, run this past our legal people, unquote, informed Mrs Thompson that there was, quote, no requirement, unquote, for the Chief Executive to declare an interest and withdraw from the meeting, and that, and I quote, there is no evidence to suggest that the Chief Executive participated in the discussion, end quote. I think the Wales Audit Office was right, and I agree with those points well made by it to Mrs Thompson in August 2012. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you both. I'll now open it up to the floor. Councillor Jenkins.
Yeah, a question initially to Mr Barrett. We've been presented with, over time, loads of emails giving us information. And I assume that the Wales Audit Office have also been in receipt of that information. And the question I would ask is, as a view of perhaps even what you've heard today and the drip feeding of emails, are you still of the opinion that your report is as it stands? Thank you.
Yes, notwithstanding what I've heard this morning, and I wouldn't entirely agree with everything that's been said, but I would agree that this is not a court of law, and ultimately it would be for the court to decide. I am entitled, in statute, to take a view on whether items are account or contrary to law, in my view. I have done that, and I stand by what's in the report. Thank you.
Good. Iawn. Cody Philip Hughes.
Question for Mr Anthony Barrett. Mr Anthony Barrett, as you rightly say, this is not a court of law, thankfully. But would you agree that the Director of Resources and the Head of Administration and Law kept you fully informed during the process of granting the indemnity and after?
Mr Barrett?
Yes, they did keep us informed of progress on the matter as it progressed.
Cowley Darren Price.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure there are a number of councillors here today who are wondering, as I am, how this council has ended up in this mess. And I'm sure that most of us would agree that when we deal with public finances, and particularly taxes raised from local people, then officers of this council and elected members should be taking a cautionary approach and adopting a precautionary principle in decision-making. That is something I feel that officers and members of this council have failed to do in the case of the indemnity. For me, there are two issues with regard to this. The first is the need for the indemnity, and the second, of course, is the legality of that decision. Now, in terms of the first issue, I'm sure that most people on the streets of Carmarthenshire, and I've heard it over the past few weeks and months, and I'm sure others have too, would feel it totally reasonable that an individual who is earning nearly £200,000 a year should fund any civil proceedings through his own costs. That is a reasonable position to take, I feel, and had that decision and had that reasonable option been taken at the first instance, then none of us would be summoned here today to this meeting. On the second issue of the legality, again, I feel that the precautionary principle that I mentioned earlier was not applied. As far as I'm concerned, the provisions within the 2006 order, combined with the advice of James Gowdy QC in 2008, were not received by officers or members in the spirit they were intended. Indeed, even Mr Carr mentioned in his contribution and has provided written advice in terms of the importance of the legislative purpose underlying that 2006 order. He also referenced, of course, the final guidance, which is before us in Appendix 4 in the papers. And paragraph 17 of that guidance states, quite clearly in my view, and I'm quoting directly here, that the Assembly Government does not believe that individuals should be funded at public expense to bring proceedings against a third party. And I think that's worth considering. The advice of the government of the day, the Labour government of the day, was quite clear. That rather than follow the clear wish of the Welsh Government, this Council decided to take a course of action which would provide a direct challenge to, and I would argue, question the legitimacy of that said government. The reasonable, prudent decision would have been to advise the Chief Executive that members were fully supportive of his ability to defend his reputation, but that should be done at his own cost. The reluctance to do that has meant that this Council's name has been dragged through the mud. The Chief Executive is no longer at his desk, members are at each other's throats, valuable officer and member time has been wasted and redirected away from what we're here to do, which is to provide quality services for the people of Carmarthenshire. And the question to those that made the decision is, was it really worth it? And that's a question that I think that all members should be asking themselves. Was it really worth it? I certainly don't think so. I think we need to ensure that Carmarthenshire County Council never finds itself in this embarrassing situation again. And that's why I call on all members to accept the Wales Audit Office report and its recommendations in full, so we can draw a line under it and move on. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch Darren. Colleague Sian Cayat.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is quite an unusual case, and said the further west in Wales you go, the more unusual local authorities become. And for those of you who weren't actually on the council at the time of the initial problem, this whole thing happened when the Chief Executive made a statement against Mrs Thompson on the Mad Axeman blog. Unusual, but I suppose if he wishes to do that, that's fine. And this caused Mrs Thompson, obviously, to take a libel action against the county. It was explained to us by members of the Executive Board that the counterclaim was a legal ruse to get Mrs Thompson to withdraw her libel action. And I interpret that it was use of the Chief Executive as a proxy to actually initiate a libel council claim on behalf of the council. And I actually thought and believed at the time that this was a legal loophole in the law. And I really feel quite disturbed because I felt at the time, and in fact said so, was prepared to say so in court, though my evidence wasn't called, that this is against free speech, that if we can actually use our officers as proxies in order to get round the law, that is not fair. But I think we all believed at the time that it was legal because we assumed that the legal side had been looked at fully in the council. I think, quite honestly, if the opposition could afford a barrister, I'm sure that they could give a completely opposite opinion to Mr Carr, because such is the law that these things are always not cut and dried. But I agree with Councillor Darren Price. I believe that the Welsh Government does not make statements through the Audit Office and separately, as it has recently, that are not backed up by law and by democracy. Because after all, the Welsh Government is elected, it is our government, it is our overseer. And if we actually turn around and say, hang on, we don't agree with you, we've got a barrister who says you're wrong, it doesn't say much for us, and it doesn't say much for our government at all. And I really would like to ask Mr Barrett, does it matter why and how this decision was made? I agree with him. I certainly want to agree with him that it is unlawful, because otherwise councils everywhere can do this. They can take action against members of the public and say, look, Carmarthenshire got away with it. And I think we have to think very carefully. But does it matter, Mr Barrett, whether or not the chief is acting as his own or as a proxy? In fact, he said in court that he didn't read Mrs Johnson's blog.
Mr Barrett?
I don't know the details of the particular case. They're sort of not relevant to my considerations. But in terms of, as an auditor, procedures and processes are vitally important. They're the bedrock of the governance arrangements that exist within our public authorities, and it's very important that due process is followed.
Diolch yn iawn. Councillor Ryan Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair. The decision to offer indemnity to the Chief Executive was made following advice from the Wales Audit Office in an email received in August 2012. When the WAO came back with further advice, the court case had finished and it was too late for the Council to take account of it. So, would you be willing to accept that the County Council has acted in good faith and that the new advice had been received too late to make any difference?
Mr Barrett?
Just to correct one point there, the emails in relation to August 2012 were actually after the decision was taken to grant the indemnity, so can't be relied upon informing the decision. We did provide an email in January 2012 before the decision was taken, at which, and it's in your pack, it's Appendix 5, at which we did very much say that the Council needed to be cautious in terms of doing that. I accept entirely the points that Mr Carr has made about the monitoring officer view in terms of taking legal advice and her legal view, etc., etc., but I still stand by the issues that are in the report. Thank you.
Diolch. Arweinydd, Cowden Madge.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I would like to thank Mr Barrett and Mr Carr for the very clear outline of the facts. I would particularly like to thank Mr Barrett for his report and for being here today to present his report. And for being here, and a lot of things are being said by a great many people in recent weeks about the report. I think it's important that we have last had the chance to hear from Mr Barrett himself here today. I would like to make it clear I respect the opinions that Mr Barrett has expressed. It's reasonable doing so. There is a difference of an opinion, particularly over the legal interpretation, but I do not mean...
Sorry.
Does anyone have any equipment on that is causing the feedback? Sorry for that. There was a whistle coming through. Okay, please continue.
Mae rhywbeth yn dod o'r sgrin lan top na.
I think there's something from the screen at the top there.
O, it's just sef wedi un funud I gael sorto'r sŵn yma.
No, I've taken it off. It's not mine.
Gai awgrymu
May I suggest that you move to another seat, Leader, and switch the light on? I think that's affecting it.
Sorry about Chairman. It's not me.
Nadi, cymrydwch yn advice i, please. Symudwch set.
Please take my advice, move to another seat.
No, it's still the same, Chairman.
Somebody upstairs.
Is it possible that the volume is too high? I'm sorry about this, but we have to sort this out before we proceed any further.
No, mae still a whistle in the door.
You've still got the whistle, I'm afraid. Is it possible that people with headphones are on and that the volume is too high and that it's picking up that noise? Is that possible?
I'm normally fairly loud, not quite as loud, except that because I speak. Right, gai jyst awgrymu bod ni'n torri am 10 munud a dyn nôl I weld sut ni ddatrys y problem hyn.
May I suggest that we break for 10 minutes and then come back? We'll call you back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Wel iawn i chi. Gai sylwch y pobl yn y gallery, please. Os ydych chi bol yn gadael y clisffonau ar ôl, please leave your headphones there and vacate the area, then we'll check up everything because it seems to be coming from that area. Okay? For us to solve the problem, there are quite a number of electronic equipment going on up there. It might be interfering with it. Okay? Oh, right, so sefyll lawr fyna, bydd rhaid rwy'n i lan. Pawb eisiau, sorry, bydd rwy'n i lan I checko'r equipment, sefyll lawr, please, ar y gallery.
Good afternoon.
Emlyn Road.
Okay, if we can have some quiet, we'll try and make some progress.
That seem to be affecting not to use your headphones. Right? If the noise comes up again, we'll have to look at it again. Now? I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me all right?
I hear you, yes.
Oh, right, okay. Right? Look.
Speak English because we haven't got any...
With all due respect, please sit down, sir. Please sit down. There is no contributions from the gallery, please, okay? We're trying our best. It's not easy, I can assure you. And if you sat in the seat, it's damn not easy as well, right? Right. Okay, Symud Mlan. Please try to bear with us. It's not easy. We'll do our best. Okay? Right.
Okay, well, make a start, Councillor Madge.
Good Chairman, I'll start again because of the film. Right, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Mr Barrett and Mr Carr for the very clear outline of the facts. I would particularly like to thank Mr Barrett for his report and for being here today, present to present his report to us. A lot of things have been said by many people over recent weeks about this report. And I think it's important that we have at last had a chance to hear from Mr Barrett himself here today. I would like to make it clear, and I respect the opinions of Mr Barrett as expressed his reasons for doing so. There is a difference of opinion, particularly over the legal interpretation, but that doesn't mean that I don't not respect the Wales Audit Office and the opinion that they have put forward in their report. I fully accept that there has been some potential issues that we need to address, especially in the way we reached a decision on pensions matter that we will discuss later. For this reason, I've already gone on record saying that I would like us to set up a cross-party group to look at governance and procedural issues, and that I would like it to be run by an independent person, perhaps from the Welsh Local Government Association. I would like it to be a cross-party. I would like every member to have input. I'm not afraid of saying that I think we have some lessons to learn from how these two issues have developed. And I'm prepared to have a completely fresh look at an open mind as how we might do certain things better. I hope all members here will have equal open mind and willing to start afresh if need to be. We have just heard both sides of the argument. I do not think we are going to resolve these differences here today. This is a council chamber. It's not a court of law. I do not think we should start to pretend that this law needs to be clarified. But this council chamber is not the place where that can be done. I would however like to say something about why the decision was made to grant indemnity to the Chief Executive. I was a member of the Executive Board at the time, and I think I can speak for everyone on that Executive Board when I say we were appalled and disgusted by some of the things that has been said about Mark James, purely because he was doing his job. That we employed him to do. We felt that it was the right, as his employer, to stand behind him. I felt it was right then, and I still think it's right now. And of course, the court later heard all the evidence and agreed that he had been subject to libel and harassment and found heavily in his favour. I think that backs up the decision we made. I am a politician. I choose to stand for office, and I'm happy to take abuse from people that goes with a territory. But other officers can't answer back, as they should not have to take this sort of treatment. As an employer, we have a duty of care to stick up for them when they are abused in this way. The big question for us today is, what do we do next? We need to bring this legal standoff to an end, without, I hope, having to go to the courts for a resolution. None of us surely want that to happen. I've considered the papers before us. I've heard Mr Barrett and Mr Carr. It is clear to me that there is a genuine difference of a legal opinion as whether the authority has the power to grant indemnity. Although I respect the views of the Wales Audit Office, it is only the courts can really determine what this law is. Therefore, I don't think I would be appropriate to accept or reject the Wales Audit Office report. Accordingly, I propose that the findings of the Wales Audit Office, and whilst recognising that the legal position is still yet to be resolved, agree to withdraw the provision of the Council's constitution which allow for granting indemnities to members and officers to bring actions of deprivation until such time the legal position is clarified. Request that the Welsh Government provides further clarification of the effect of the guidance of the 2006 order, which stands as that indemnities can be granted in accordance with the legislation to revoke by that order. Recognising the case to which this particular indemnity was related to has already been determined by courts, and the cost was fact awarded against the other party. To set up a cross-party group to look at the governance and the procedural issues run by the independent person. Mr Chairman, I would like to also to put on record all the staff and everybody who has been working on this matter for months now, and I appreciate it on behalf of the Council. I'd like to thank everybody for all their work, because they've done tremendous work, and I think that needs to be put on record for that. So I move those 4 resolutions, Chairman, and I know that the debate will go on, but I move those now. Thank you.
Right, just come on, Mr Bland.
Before we move further, there is a proposal. Is the seconder? Seconded. Okay, we'll move on. Councillor Gravel wishes to speak. Thank you, Chair.
At the time, I think that perhaps I should second the proposal from the present leader, and just perhaps to give some background to what was happening at the time. There were great concerns. We were very worried about the rise in officers being defamed at the council and also on blogs. I mean, I can quote Ivion Bowen, for example. That was, well, I mean, what was said about Ivion Bowen, head of planning, was absolutely outrageous. And of course, I think that it was said, and I am answering, I'm not asking a question here, but I'm answering some of the comments that have come from Plaid Cymru. Can I also say that the Director of Resources and Head of Administration and Law could have taken this decision themselves. They needn't have come to Exec Board, but they and we felt that it was so important that we gave it a great deal of thought. And we actually went to barristers who actually work on this particular law. We wanted to get the advice from the right place. But of course, it goes on to say that it's only in exceptional circumstances. And if not having 5 hits on blogs defaming the chief executive is not exceptional circumstances, then what is? How could I, as leader at the time, and the executive board, work with senior officers who were continually being defamed? You can't do that. You've got to prove that they are fit and adequate to do their job. Now, there was, I think, our friends on the Plaid Cymru bench actually said about bringing this council into disrepute. Well, I personally haven't spoken to the media at all. It is those people who have spoken to the media who have brought this council into disrepute. I, for one...
Oh, well, please, look now.
I, for
Mr Clowr, a minute, please, Mr Clowr. Clwch nawr, mae'n cael ei ddylledu'n fyw, a sylwi chi gryndo rai o'r sylwa...
Proceedings to be broadcast live, and I think it's important that we're all able to hear what's being said. If you wish to speak, then provide it as a response. We don't want any disturbance for anyone from either side or the other. Please continue.
Mr Cadeirydd.
Thank you, Chair.
I, for one, and I'm quite sure that the present administration have come here today with an open mind. That's what we were supposed to do, and that's what we are doing. Can I ask, though, that Mr Carr perhaps could come back to clarify some of the things that have been said by the opposition regarding the Welsh Government's guidance on this. Perhaps I know that you did actually cover it in your open remarks, but perhaps it's well worth repeating, Mr Carr. Thank you.
Mr Carr?
As I pointed out in my brief presentation, the final guidance from the Welsh Assembly Government, which is guidance on the 2006 order itself, and was made final after that order became law in 2006, includes at paragraph 18 the statement that the pre-existing power to grant an indemnity in a case of this type, quote, is not removed by this order, unquote. A member speaking earlier pointed out quite rightly that the preceding paragraph, paragraph 17, states that the order itself does prohibit authorities from meeting the cost of members and officers taking legal action for slander or libel, and it's therefore permissible, if you're a lay person, to be a little bit confused by what might appear to be a contradiction, but it isn't really. So what the guidance is actually saying is that in paragraph 17, it is saying that under the 2006 order itself, you can't do what was done here. But in the next paragraph, it's pointing out that the 2006 order does not cover the whole territory, but leaves room for the survival of the pre-existing power to grant an indemnity in a case of this type, but goes on to quote the words of Mr. Justice Sullivan from the 2003 case that I mentioned, warning authorities not to be trigger-happy and litigious, in effect, in using that power, but only to do so in rare and exceptional circumstances. In my view, as I've said in my written advice, this was a case in which it was permissible for the Executive Board to take the view that it did, that the circumstances were truly exceptional, and that the Wales Audit Office, in taking the contrary view, a view which it's perfectly entitled to take, it is not really the point, because the function of forming that view and acting on it is not a function of the Wales Audit Office, but of the Executive Board. Thank you.
Yeah, Peter is the first.
May I come back to four suggestions that the leader has made, and the first, if I have understood him correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, the first is that he says, in the case of the indemnity, that he is not willing to accept the Wales Audit Office report.
The findings of the Wales Audit Office. Felly, wi ddim yn volunteer erbyn hwnna.
So I can't accept that. And I would be happy to propose an amendment. And the amendment is...
The findings of the Wales Audit Office. Dyna'r peth pwysig.
That's the key issue, and we're obliged to do so. That's the proposal before us.
The leader, and I don't know, have we copies in front of us? I happen to have a copy here, so it's difficult for me to explain in full to you. Accept the findings of the Wales Audit Office, dyna'r gwelliant, And then I would like to delete, and whilst recognising that the legal position is still as yet unresolved, I would like to delete that so that it would read, accept the findings of the Wales Audit Office, agree to withdraw the provision in the Council's constitution which allows for the granting of indemnities to members and officers to bring actions for defamation. Full stop there. Then ni fodlon derbyn hynny. Felly dyna'r gwelliad.
So I'm happy to accept that. So that's the amendment.
I would ask Glynog to refer to that one when it refers to the Welsh Government. We wouldn't accept that. I would ask Tysil then to recognise the case, which has nothing to do with this morning's debate. And 4, set up a cross-party group. We don't have to do that. We have a fully constituted audit committee, which consists of an independent person, who, by the way, is a judge or past judge. So, no to cross-party group. Let's refer it to our constituted audit committee so that they can decide what steps we should take as a council. So, dyna'r gwelliannau bydden.
So those are the amendments I would wish to make. So I reject each of them other than the first, where we say accept the findings of the Wales Audit Office. Thank you. Is that seconded? May I, with an amendment, we have to make sure that it is not a counter motion, so we'll just clear that up. So we'll move on. We'll come back to that. It's been proposed and seconded, so that will be for you if it's acceptable. Councillor Giles Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank the Wales Audit Office for the report and Mr Kerr for coming here today. As we all know, the issue has been in the spotlight for many weeks now, and we have all talked about it here today. And, you know, as far as I can see, it mainly comes down to a point of law and process. But, you know, from my point of view, I'd just like to remind people, you know, of the background. You know, was it reasonable for Mark James to take on a complainant who has made repeated false allegations on blogging sites and, as I understand it, in the courts? Let us not forget that this all started because someone was aggrieved with our planning process. I believe everyone has the right to hold this council to account, whether in scrutiny or through blogging sites or local newspapers, but it has to be done with facts and not fiction. I do not agree that anyone can say what they like as if they were down the local pub on a Friday night, where, as we all know, frequent joking allegations are made against councillors all the time, and it's something we have to live with, and we probably joke along with them in the evening as well. However, there is a line. One resident has, with exceptional vigour, been so incensed by decisions they saw as wrong, has embarked on what I can only describe as a crusade against senior officers of this council. It could also be any one of us. The complainant then moved on to take the head of paid service to court after trying, and the head of paid service after trying to protect and fight the council's position, and I mean that in the communal sense, for all of us. They took the chief executive on, and some people choose to ignore that fact. I find it reprehensible that people find it more convenient to step back and pretend they didn't know how this played out than to do what is right and back the chief executive and executive members of this council. In my opinion, they and their friends would love to see Mark James lose his livelihood here today. The Wales Audit Office have their interpretation of what we are allowed to do under the 2006 Act, but you can equally determine Communos versus Bedford Borough Council gives us the right under the 1972 Act. I'm not a legal eagle, but there are legal issues here. Let's not pretend it's clear-cut. It isn't. It's a disagreement on law. Irrespective of this legal argument, We should all have the right to defend ourselves and have the support of our employer when exceptional circumstances prevail. And I believe the Executive Board acted correctly in this instance as a duty of care to its employee. I'm an employer, and if somebody was being taken to court because of the work they're doing for me, I would like to think that I would have made the same decision and supported them in the same way. In terms of the legal opinion, the decision of whether the case was exceptional was proven in my mind as a layperson. I only know of one case in the 10 years I've been a councillor where a complainant goes to such lengths as this to undermine the head of paid service. Yet we today are supposed to hang our chief executive out to dry, a man, to my knowledge, who has been found guilty of nothing, nor have his senior colleagues, and neither have the Executive Board members who sought to support him through indemnification. The ruling in the High Court judgment speaks volumes, in my opinion, for what the judge thought of and how it was presented. False allegations of assault, fictional slush funds, what sort of people do that? In my opinion, it was in no way right or proper that the Chief Executive of this Council, however, stayed in on the Executive Board meeting where this was decided. Given the length of service on most of the Executive Board members at that meeting, it was nothing short of a schoolboy error, given the length of time they have been in local government. I don't care whether the meeting lasted 15 seconds or 15 minutes, the Chief Executive should have left. As a member of the Audit Committee, I regularly meet with Geraint Norman, and I find we have an excellent relationship. We have received some excellent reports from them since I've been a councillor, and on the accounting side of things, there are regular different opinions. Although I will reiterate again here today that, subject to the two reports we're looking at here today, we've had the best financial report for this council possibly ever. When opinions differ, that doesn't mean the end of the world is coming. It needs to be worked out and looked into, and that is exactly what should happen in this case. I'd like to finish, Chair, by asking Mr Barrett if he has identified any misconduct in this matter, and is there any suggestion of misconduct by any officer or member in their opinion. So to come to Peter Hughes-Griffiths, we need to look at our processes, Chair. And I should welcome a cross-party committee, as has been mentioned, an outside body involvement, or our own audit committee to look over this whole episode and make recommendations to resolve these issues at an appropriate time following any police investigation. Thank you, Chair.
Mr Barrett.
Thank you, Chair. It isn't my role as auditor to consider issues of misconduct or indeed criminality, and we don't look for that. Once I've satisfied myself that a decision appears to me to be unlawful, that's where it ends. Just to clarify, had I found any evidence of criminality, I would have referred the matter to the police. I did not do so.
Good. Diolch yn fawr, sir. Cymru John Jones, James. Sorry.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. With the Wales Audit Office deeming this act as unlawful, as well as question the decision-making involved, these issues have to be brought to the public domain. But I also feel, in line with my colleague Joyce Morgan, who I sit with on the Audit Committee, but we should reiterate the excellent working relationship that this Council does have with the Wales Audit Office. And I sincerely hope that the situation can be resolved in an amicable way so we can move forward together, carrying on, ensuring the proper administration of the broad spectrum of this Council of Financial Affairs. The question I'd like to ask you, Mr Barrett, it has been touched upon already, but there has been a suggestion that the officers sought to withhold information from members. The truth is, our Constitution actually would have allowed that to happen, but it didn't. The monitoring officer and the Section 15 officer to take a decision themselves was given to the board. Would you agree that their decision to bring the matter to the executive board reflects a desire to be open and transparent about the issue? Thank you.
Mr. Barrett? Obviously, I can't speak for the intentions of the monitoring officer and Section 151 officer in doing that. All I would note is that once they decided to refer the matter to the Executive Board, they'd given up their delegated power to take that decision. So they'd passed the decision on to the Board. Why they did that or their intent is not a matter for me as the auditor. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Morgan actually said most of what I had intended to say, so I won't reiterate it. The only thing I will say is, and perhaps Mr. Carr can advise me if I'm incorrect here, because, as everyone knows, I'm not a legal eagle, but in fact, Communos, a case Bedfordshire Borough Council versus Communos, actually did say, did they not, that when a senior officer is put in such a situation that he's unable to retain his integrity, it impacts upon his staff and in this case, as head of paid service, the council as a whole, because he is being libelled or whatever, that in fact we have a duty of care to actually put forward so that, in fact, he can retain his integrity and the integrity of the council or whatever organisation he represents.
Mr. Carr?
The Comninos case didn't say anything particular about the content or scope of the duty of care owed to a senior officer. That is the subject of a separate body of law, but the duty undoubtedly exists. What the Comninos case stands for, and in my view, both before and after the 2006 order in Wales, in Mr. Barrett's view, only up until the 2006 order in Wales, is the existence of the power to indemnify senior officers who wish to bring defamation proceedings as well as defend them. But it also warns them to be very cautious before doing so, and only to do so in rare cases where the circumstances are truly exceptional. Thank you.
Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you, Chair. That was the point I was thinking about. I think a lot of councillors are lay people, and they might have particular areas of expertise. They might or might not be the law or accountancy or whatever. So I think that you have to apply common sense. And I find that in sitting on some of the committees, the phrases exceptional circumstances have been very useful to help the general public when some of the decisions and policies are very prescriptive and are perhaps in need of review. So, and another point one of the councillors raised, I didn't think we were at each other's throats. I don't know what anyone else is thinking in here, so I can't say what that might be, but I thought there was a great deal of respect in this chamber for each other. But perhaps I'm wrong there, but we'll see. Anyway, so that was my point, really. I would have liked a bit more clarification on exceptional circumstances. My view as a layperson would be that it's something that's never happened before, and it's quite useful to have a clause like that, because it could be something unforeseen and it could be then prescribed afterwards. And if I just might ask the auditor for a bit of free advice, if possible, should the clerk remain in the meeting of a town council whilst discussing the clerk's salary? Just a little helpful point there. Thank you.
I don't think it's the right place to ask that. A little bit, sorry. Mr. Carr, do you want to expand anything? No. Yes. About the exceptional.
I'm not being asked about the town clerk's salary, no. exceptional circumstances is not a phrase that appears in any of the statutory provisions. It's a concept that has evolved from that case law. There's no definition of what circumstances are exceptional. In the present case, my understanding is that Mr. Barrett's advisors, the solicitors Brown Jacobson, expressed the view in a written opinion that is in the public domain, I understand, and I think is in the papers before you, that it was not open to the Executive Board here to find the circumstances sufficiently exceptional, and that their decision so to find was Wednesbury unreasonable, as they say, and in the parlance, and open to challenge. I found that view surprising. It seemed to me to, with respect, to trivialise the ordeal that the Chief Executive had been through, and I took the contrary view that while it's not a matter for me or the auditors, solicitors, or anyone else except the Executive Board, that it was open to them as a matter of law, within the bounds of Wednesbury reasonableness, to form the view that the circumstances in this case were truly exceptional. That it's not a phrase that appears in statute. I hope that helps.
Diolch Evans.
Diolch, Mr Cadeirydd. Hoffwn i ofyn doi gwestiwn.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask two questions, one to the former leader and one to the present leader. So if the former leader can answer the first question before I ask the second, is that okay? Thank you. I'd like to thank the Wales Audit Office for the report. In the report, page 10, there are several references to decisions made by the Council for a lack of openness and transparency. And as you know, this is something of an issue for me. I've spoken on this during the 3.5 years I've been in Council, and it concerns me greatly, and I'm sure that it concerns others that we are not as open and transparent as we should be. In the report it says in English,
which does raise concerns over the openness and transparency of the decision-making process. The
question to the former leader, the report talks about the pre-meeting. What was the procedure of making minutes? Were the same questions asked in both meetings? And if not, why were the questions not made publicly? Did the Chief Executive attend the pre-meeting? And how was the agenda? How was the agenda discussed in a quarter of an hour? Councillor Gravel.
Iawn, diolch yn fawr.
Thank you for the question.
Yeah, no, the Chief Executive does not attend prelim meetings. Neither did he attend the pre-meetings when the opposition were in the administration. Nothing has changed from 1999, and Plaid Cymru were part of the administration then, and of course that is 1999 to 2004, I believe, and nothing has changed. Exactly the same things happen now as happened then. What you've got to understand as well is when an executive board meet, they have to be as informed as they can be of the particular item in front of them. That is why, as a council, we ask scrutiny to look at various things. We set up task and finish groups to look at various things, and I think we've been applauded by the audit for doing this, because obviously the more informed you are, the better the decision that you make. The other point I would make this morning is that it's very difficult for officers to write minutes on exempt items. It's always been something that we're very wary of, because what actually is there for the public to see, especially when you're dealing with personalities, with officers, with salaries, etc. They are mostly exempt items. Diolch.
Okay, do you want to come back to the second question? All I would say to that is why do councillors have to be excluded from the meetings because we have adhered to the Code of Conduct, so why do councillors have to be excluded? We should surely know everything that goes on, but that's a point I've raised in the past. So a question to the current leader. Given that you are criticised in the report for your lack of openness and transparency of decision-making, is the system of holding pre-meetings still in place? Are there minutes? And what is the purpose of the pre-meeting? Although the leader has said about providing information, but why couldn't you have that information in the public domain? Thank you.
That question, I support the former leader's views on that, because let's be honest, and it is true that when you're in opposition, and I can remember the Labour group in opposition from 1999 to 2004, and yes, we used to have the grumbles of not having information, whatever. I'm afraid, you know, that is a fact. It's the same system that we've had all the years that I've been here, through the 90s, when government brought in the executive board and cabinet system. This system is now throughout Wales. All 22 authorities do this system, and you must have a cabinet that can discuss things, and we do spend hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours on policy before we come into the chamber. That is a fact. Plaid Cymru used to do it when you were in power, and I would imagine under this system you will do it if you do get power, who knows, in the future. That's how it's always been. I've also said, and I will prepared, when we have the governance and we have this working group to be set up, I am prepared to have the minutes and all these things to be looked at again. But as the former leader says, when it comes to exempt report, when you face legal challenges and all these kind of things, then, you know, that is difficult for officers and difficult to record this. But I think we carry out the procedures as we always have under those acts. So at the end of the day, yes, we can look at the future. And as I said in my speech, we do need to have a look at everything again. You know, the old saying is, whatever you've done in the past, needs to be looked at, a fresh start, and let's see if there is areas that we can re-look again and see where we can take the council forward. So I accept that there has been some problems, but we need to resolve them, and that's been open and transparent now, and I mean that as well. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank
you, Chair. Just to answer one point made by the former leader.
Stems from the simple fact that members on the exec board are not aware or fully aware of their constitutional rights or otherwise, and allowed themselves to be led or misled by others. So I was quite absolutely astonished, Meryl, that once again this morning she's shown her ignorance of that constitution, because she did say, or tell us actually, don't we realise that the officers could have made this decision on their own without referring it at all to the executive board? I just ask, why does she think then that the head of administration and law referred it to the executive board? I'll answer my own question. It's because she knows the Constitution. In Article 13 of the Constitution, under 13.3, that's where it deals with legal proceedings. That comes under finance, contracts and legal matters, which is my initial point this morning, that those things default to full council because they are not delegated powers to the executive board. But in that part, under Article 13, it does say the head of administration and law is authorised to institute, defend or participate in any legal proceedings in any case where such action is necessary to give effect to decisions of the council. That's why it's there in the Constitution. So I just make that point in answer to Meryl's...
Nice for someone to ask a question and to answer at the same time. Councillor David Jenkins.
Yeah, diolch Cadeirydd. I'm in a bit of a quandary now. There's two notices. There's a notice of motion and there's an amendment to it. If we pass the amendment, we are not going to go to High Court. And therefore, I don't know why we now should be quizzing the legality of the statements and everything that's included in the Wales Audit Report and opinion by Mr Carr there. But anyway, I'll put the question anyway. And the other question that's raised in my mind now since we've been discussing this is this business of exceptional. Wasn't the case against the head of planning, wasn't that an exceptional issue? Why wasn't he funded to take litigation or to defend his position and paid for by the authority? But anyway, county. Anyway, my question really, coming back to the case and aspects of the case then, is that the evidence of emails testify that the Executive Board was advised by WAO via a message passed on by Linda Rees-Jones to seek specific, independent legal advice in January 2012 before deciding on granting Mr James legal indemnity. For reasons best known to themselves, they chose to ignore this advice. In an email sent to Geraint Norman of the WAO after the meeting on January 23rd, 2012, Linda Rees-Jones says, and I quote, "The Executive Board took the decision at the meeting this morning to grant an indemnity to the Chief in relation to his counterclaim. Obviously, I made them aware of the WAO's informal stance on it and set out in your email the facts that you'd urge us to take an independent legal advice on whether the circumstances were exceptional. However, they had considered that they had sufficient knowledge of this blogger and enough information to be able to take a view as to whether these were exceptional circumstances or not." So the Executive Board has been advised in very clear terms by the Wales Audit Office to seek specific legal advice. I would ask the then leader, why didn't they follow this advice? In view of the fact that Mr Goody's advice from 4 years previously urged extreme caution, wasn't the attitude and inaction of the Executive Board members grossly irresponsible and reckless?
There were two questions there. The second I'll answer first. And actually, we did not ignore the advice, but the advice was there for us in black and white from Mr Speckers. He had given us sufficient advice to carry on and take that final agreement. As far as Ivion, there was nothing in our constitution at the time, and we did not know that Ivion had taken this until he had taken it to court, actually, and it was after that, and all the blogging that was taking part, that we felt we needed to do something. That is why Ivion did not have that cover.
Diolch yn fawr. Cronog Davies.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. Thank you, Chair. I wish to speak on the second point raised by Kevin, which is the issue of seeking further clarity on the Welsh Government Guidelines 2006. But prior to that, I feel obliged to go back over some old ground. I wasn't a member of the Council at the time, but I'm very much aware that there was discussion throughout the county on with regard to this council. It's the kind of talk that concerns me greatly, and I feel that we have to go back. Given that I was not there at the time, I hope to raise certain issues. We have to go back to 2008.
Because the papers that we've been presented with are in English and therefore will not require translation. Advice was sought from James Gowdy QC. That was back in 2008. In his answer on the question of an indemnity to an officer, he states, "It will be extremely rare for such a decision by Council to be reasonable." Extremely rare for it to be reasonable. He goes on, "The authority should have particular regard to the Welsh Assembly's decision to exclude such power from the 2006 order. That order clearly states that an indemnity may be provided in relation to the defence of a member or officer, but not note, but not to instigate defamation proceedings. To me, that is plain English. We should all be able to understand that. However, by virtue of Section 111, subsection 1 of the Local Government Act 1972, authorities do have the power in some cases to fund libel proceedings brought by its officers. I will return to that later. The final guidance published by WAG clearly states that authorities have to consider their position carefully. Consider your position carefully before using this power. Gowdy stated that it would only be in exceptional cases. Much has been spoken today of an exceptional case, and we've been told that there is no legal interpretation. He also states, Gowdy, that great care must be taken. Even in exceptional cases, great care must be taken. All of that was said in 2008. It was then, on the 19th of January 2012, that the authority consulted with the Wales Audit Office on this particular issue. They were general remarks prior to 2012. In its reply, it was stressed that the Council should obtain independent. I appreciate we do have in-house lawyers, but we should obtain independent legal advice on this specific matter. That was in addition to the general advice that had already been received by Gowdy 4 years prior to that. I would like to ask the then Executive Board if they were provided with a copy of the 2008 legal advice from James Gowdy QC. Did you discuss his advice in full before making and taking a decision? Were you aware of the extremely cautionary terms included in that report? Were you told to tread carefully? And what about the independent legal advice that the WAO recommended you should obtain? Why consult with the Welsh Audit Office if you had no intention to heed the recommendation? Di has already quoted from an email written by Linda Rees-Jones, and I do find this interesting reading. I made them. That is, the Executive Board aware that we have been urged to take independent legal advice when the circumstances were exceptional. She urged you to take that advice. However, they considered that they had sufficient knowledge of this blogger. You might have known about the blogger, but what about your knowledge of the law? I would like some answers to those questions, but also, today we have heard that perhaps there is no right, there is no wrong. Some will say yes, some will say no. But as a democratically elected body, I do believe that we can also ask, was that decision morally correct? We are not in a court of law, and therefore, as a democratic body, we can ask the question, was it morally correct? Was it a wise decision, knowing that there was a grey area, knowing that there was no right or wrong? Yes, we have been made the talk of the whole county. We have to accept that in the eyes of the electorate, this was the wrong decision. And what worries me is that the majority of the elected members knew nothing about it. When we did attempt to raise questions in this chamber, We couldn't. It was not on the agenda. Where is the democratic process? The voters, that is, the people who have elected us into this chamber, are questioning this decision. And I believe that they do deserve answers. And the people who took that decision need to stand up and be counted. Now then, back to the recommendation. Request that Welsh Government provide further clarification of the effect of their guidance on the 2006 order, which states that indemnities can be granted in accordance with other legislation not revoked by that order. Fellow councillors, in my opinion, we do not need further clarification. It has already been provided. I have with me here a letter written by Carl Sargent of Welsh Government on the 15th of November 2010. It's a letter written to Roderick Glyn Thomas, the AM. You, Roderick Glyn, suggest that I issue guidance on this and on the terms of the local authorities' indemnities for members and officers, Wales Order 2006 in particular. In fact, we did this. Did you hear that? We did this, says Carl Sargent, some time ago, and I enclose a copy for your information. Reference has been made to paragraphs 17 to 19 that fully explain the position. I quote again, the Assembly Government does not believe that individuals should be funded at public expense to bring proceedings against a third party. Did you all hear that? The Assembly Government does not believe that individuals should be funded at public expense to bring proceedings against a third party. I would have expected any reasonable Executive Board member to have listened to that advice. Yes, there is a grey area, but that is the ruling of Welsh Government. I've posed a few questions to the former Executive Board. I do hope that you will stand up and answer them correctly and honestly and in full. Thank you.
With all due respect, please keep the noise down. Councillor Grabber.
I would like to ask my colleague, when have I not been honourable and fair and open? I have mostly answered some of these questions. Extremely rare. I think that we have proved that. Did we take great care? We most certainly did. It took us a long time to come to this decision. We were very... It wasn't 50 minutes. We had looked at it. We have researched it. As you can see from the email from the monitoring officer, she had pointed out all these facts to us, and we had gone through them in great detail. Yes, we've had a trial by media, but whose fault is that? I would again say, whose fault is that?
Some of you should know that you're not here to make suggestions, please.
Seen this letter from Carl Sargent, and it certainly wasn't in front of us on that occasion. We had all the legal advice that the monitoring officer was prepared to ensure that we had in front of us was there in front of us. The 2012 from Mr Specker was really a belt and braces of what we already had. And can I assure my colleague that actually, morally, in my opinion, it is always morally correct to defend your officers.
Iawn. Just a minute.
We have 5 or 6 more speakers. We have a proposal and an amendment. I don't want to curtail any contributions, so please show if you wish to speak. Okay, thank you. Councillor Gwyn Hopkins. Thank you, Chair. In the first place, I've been a county councillor for over a quarter of a century, and to my knowledge, this is the first time that this council and its predecessor, Dyfed County Council, this is the first time that it has challenged and refused to accept a Wales Audit Office report. It's a sad day for me. I'm happy enough to accept the report and the recommendations it contains. It's tantamount to questioning the sincerity of Mr. Barrett, in my view. However, it was good to hear the former leader of Pembrokeshire, Hon Abidar Bedwar, on Tuesday evening. Enough of a man, and with sufficient humility to admit that he, as leader at the time, had made mistakes in the issue, and that was a matter of pension contributions, as it happens, and he actually apologised for his mistakes. It would be good to hear the former leader here doing exactly the same thing, but I'm afraid that it's not likely to happen. Now, the public out there are not well versed in legal matters, but I talk to many of them in my own ward on with regard to the issues that are before us today, and what they tell me, what they are looking at is the matter of principle, morality, and common sense. And when I ask them, was it reasonable that the Chief Executive should have been present at the meeting of the Executive Board when this matter was being discussed? 100% of them say, no, it was not. It was completely unreasonable for him to be present. I would then ask, is it reasonable for ratepayers to pay for the cost of a case that any individual, and not just the Chief Executive, was to bring against an external person? The answer again, 100%, was no, it is not reasonable. I will go on. One thing angers me about this, which is worth noting, and perhaps we can correct this in future. If you look at the meeting of the Executive Board on the 23rd of January 2012, this is the relevant minute, and I'll read it. I couldn't believe it when I read this, and I'm sure that some of you, most of you perhaps, will not have read it, but here is what it says in English.
Officer indemnity. The matter was considered in private. The Executive Board considered a report recommending the granting of an indemnity to an officer. It was unanimously resolved that the indemnity be granted due to the exceptional circumstances involved. Now, the
public, members of the public are expected to understand that. Now, I don't understand it. It hides so much. The lack of detail about what exactly is happening and what's going on with regard to this item is quite unbelievable. It's clear that the minute has been intentionally written in a way which is wholly lacking of clarity or justification for the decision. It's clear that what it seeks to do is to hide what's happening. As a result, a number of questions arise. For example, What report? What indemnity? What exceptional circumstances is...
Present when the matter was discussed and the decision made.
The lack of transparency is striking, to say the least, and is, in my view, a disgrace. A situation that cannot be defended on any account. Apart from that, the decision would certainly have been challenged at the following meeting of the County Council and may well have been reversed. Thank you for your attention.
Councillor Gwyn Hopkins, of course, was on the previous executive board, and he knows how this and how difficult it is to minute an exempt item. Perhaps it is something we need to look at, but he is very, very well aware of that. He has gone before. He's actually been answering the next item on the agenda. He doesn't even know what I'm going to say to that. So that's, I don't know whether he's a clairvoyant or what. But the other point is, if he thought that this minute was insufficient, why did he not use his powers to call it in at that time? Why is it now he's bringing it up?
To the crowd, please.
Please be seated. Councillor Alun Lenny. Thank you, Chair. I agree with the comment made by the leader, and that's an exceptional circumstance in itself, but the leader said that this is not a court of law, but it's the executive board that has turned it into a court of law by bringing a barrister all the way from London to be with us at a cost of many thousands of pounds. It is not the WA who is in the dock here, but rather the council, and more specifically the executive board, the corporate executive board that runs this council. And they're in the dock because they are defending a member of staff, the chief executive, they claim. Now, let's come to the crux of the matter. The chief executive is not at his desk this morning. We have to ask what's happened. And essentially, the problem is that the chief executive himself has a very high profile. He's constantly in the press. When the Plaid Cymru alternative budget was published, there was a half-page response in the Journal. The council says, but we heard Councillor Kevin Madge denying that it was he as leader who had said that it was the Journal who had made it up. And what was next to the article? The picture of the chief executive. So because the chief executive is so often in the press talking about matters that should be a matter for the leader and others, it's not surprising that he's now being shot at by the bloggers. I would suggest that if the chief executive were to stick to what he is supposed to do, which is to administer this council, that things would be in a better shape and we would not be here this morning. Having said that, if the executive board felt that the chief executive had suffered as a member of staff, then that's another matter. But it's something else to spend ratepayers' money, the money of the ratepayers of Carmarthenshire to pay for the case, and I'm not happy, and I'm not sure what steps were taken before deciding to proceed with the libel case, what steps were taken to ensure that the person, if she has to pay as she is obliged to pay, if she had the money to pay. And that is another matter. £250,000 we hear. Will we ever get our money? We'll see. Now, all this revolves around the exceptional circumstances, as they're called. Councillor Gravel has talked about an increase in the number of officers who are being libelled. She has named Avian Bowen, and we were all aware of that, but she's talked about an increase, so there must be more. So would she be willing to name them, please? Thank you. No, it's not fair for me to do that. You've heard the answer. I have 5 other speakers, and given that we have a proposal and an amendment, are we then happy to move to a vote? Councillor Tom Theophilus.
Mr. Gadiri. First of all, I would like to congratulate Gwyn Hopkins on 25 years service in local government. I'm standing here today after completing, come May, I will have completed 38 years in local government, and during that time I have served under 5 chief executives and 2 acting chief executives at a time. So it's quite an innings really, and still, as you can see, not out. But the main point I want to come, that throughout those 38 years, I have never experienced such being a victim of harassment and false accusations that I have been over the last 6 years. And I got the report of the judge's report here in the indemnity case. It's a 90-odd page report, really. And being that my name has been mentioned in it a few times, and that's why I'm speaking now, because I never intended to speak, really. But because my name has been mentioned, perhaps it's only right and proper that I should speak on 1 or 2 issues. The first issue is that I don't like to name officers at all, but I think Mr. David Jenkins named Avion Bowen. It was in 2006, I beg your pardon, that Avion Bowen, head of planning, together with another chief officer, head of assets, and myself as a local member, were reported on email to all members of the council at that time, 74 members of the council, and beyond that, email was sent to all public authorities in South Wales, telling them that all 3 of us were guilty of corruption. And that was a blatant lie. And that was said on email throughout South Wales, that was a blatant lie. In 2008, I was reported to the Ombudsman on a planning issue. And a blatant lie was sent in on oath about me at that time. And the Ombudsman dismissed the complaint. Furthermore, another complaint went into the Ombudsman just prior to the election of 2012. Again, that was not correct. But this time, the Ombudsman, no doubt, looked back on his previous record that he never bothered to make a full investigation and dismissed the complaint. Again, I have been, it mentions here in the judgment that together with the case officer in Dinebor, that I was, together with the case officer, that we, just the 2 of us, determined the planning applications in the Dinebor area. And that was a blatant lie. And I'm sure that members of the planning committee that were on that planning committee in 2008 can verify that that was a lie. I have never been in collaboration with a case officer to determine an application. Never. That was a lie. Being that only those 3 instances have been referred to in the judge's report, and I'm fully supportive of the executive board that they should pay the indemnity out of the council purse in defence of the chief executive, because the chief executive, since 2006, has repeatedly reported to the complainant that he was acting not only as the chief executive, but he was there representing the officers and members, that he was not prepared to accept any of these false accusations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Jeff Edmonds.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd like to thank the previous speaker. I think that was eloquently put. I'd just like to perhaps reiterate to people what exactly are we here for, and that is summarised really on page 13 of the auditor's report, which is covered under the next steps. We are not here really to determine law. We are not qualified to determine the law. And on that point, if we were to accept in its entirety the audit report, may we be acting in contrary to law, because as yet it hasn't been determined. There are opinions expressed in the report, and obviously by people here, but in the report, they are highly trained and experienced in interpreting law. That's what they do day in and day out. And those opinions differ in their interpretation. And if they can't agree with that interpretation, what chance have we? So we shouldn't be determining the law here. There's been opinions expressed in the media. In the vast majority of cases, I'm sure, they have no knowledge of law to the expertise that we are hearing, both from both sides of the audit and from our own QC, Mr. Kerr. I'm sure we're all of an opinion that we don't want this to go to the courts for a judge to determine this law, because the public purse would suffer quite considerably if that were the case. So obviously we must seek a satisfactory resolution and conclusion to this matter. Again, the steps are quite clear. What are we being asked? What actions would you deem as reasonable? These are the debates that I know we are hearing now. Were the actions reasonable? And what has resulted from those actions? We all know what judgments have been made. So, in determining the reasonableness, we also have to determine perhaps what actions have been subsequent to the case. But we must determine the way forward. And we've heard the leader speak of some recommendations in which way we can take the council forward. There have been mistakes. I'm not going to sit here and say that there are things that we need to learn. But again, I'd just like to leave you with one thought, and that is, if we hadn't taken the action, and I wasn't a part of that administration, or not even a council at that time, but if we hadn't taken, or they hadn't taken the actions they did, where would we be now? What would have been the results of the action, or the failure to take action, should I say? That is an unknown, but I feel should be borne in mind. Thank you, Chair.
Cynghorydd Linda Evans.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to, a quick note, just to remind everyone present that
the merit of liable action. Just remember that. It is the point of principle as to whether the indemnity was right or wrong. Dyna beth ni'n trafod heddi.
That's what we're discussing today.
Not right. Y ffordd gywir, ar unig...
The proper way and the only way to proceed is to accept that the Executive Board has disregarded all advice given to them and that what they did was incorrect. That is only fair for the well-being of the county. Councillor Gravel said earlier that you received independent advice from a person by the name of Adam Specker, am I right? Adam Specker, QC, a specialist on liability advice. Can you confirm that this is the same Adam Specker, QC, who at the same time represented our Chief Executive? So, do you, Councillor Gravel, genuinely believe that the advice you received from Adam Specker, QC, was independent? Is Linda Evans, this is being televised and perhaps Mr. Specker may well come back with his answer. Can I come back? Councillor Linda Evans asked Councillor Merrill Gravel, did she genuinely believe that receiving advice from this QC was wise, given that the council knew that this was the very person who at the time represented the Chief Executive? That's all I'm asking. We were looking for independent advice. I don't believe that can be described as independent advice. It seems that Mr. Specker wants to come in to answer.
Right. No, it's not for Mr. Carter.
Point of order.
I asked what were Councillor Gravel's views. What are the views? That's all I'm asking. Nothing to do with anyone else. Obviously, I wouldn't take advice from anyone unless I thought it was appropriate and proper. And wholly independent. Okay, we don't need any of this nonsense, thank you. We have 2 other speakers. Councillor Callum Higgins. Thank you, Chair.
To Mr Barrett, it's on the recommendation that he's put forward to us today. The Council should rescind the decision and withdraw the indemnity granted to the Chief Executive. In light of the motions and the amendment put forward, what is your view on whether we'd then be complying with your recommendation, i.e. withdrawing the provision in the Council's constitution which allows the granting of the indemnity? Would that be enough in your eyes, and what action would you be taking forward after that?
Mr Barrett? Thank you. I mean, it's just reflecting on a couple of things that have been said here. It's quite right that you know, I'm not asking the Council to take a view on the law. The recommendation is in there to enable that to happen, almost irrespective of the different views that might exist on the law. I think based on the original proposal and the amendment, it would seem to me, I'm happy to be corrected, that would meet the requirements of the recommendation. If that is the case, then from my point of view there would be sort of no further action. I realise that talk of a cross-party committee to look at governance arrangements, etc., and other things, which is something that we'd probably want to have an eye to going forward. If my understanding of what's been said in terms of the motion and the amendment is incorrect, or the Council doesn't accept that and accept the recommendation, then I would need to consider whether or not it was a matter that should go before the High Court.
Some time ago, I said that you're going to be the last for one, Councillor Kevin Campbell and Councillor Anthony Jones. I asked some time ago, and I saw there were 5 other speakers. I don't want anyone to say that they're not being given an opportunity to speak, so Tassil and Kevin and Anthony. Okay, happy with that? Councillor Kevin Campbell. And the reason for that, Chair, thank you for permitting me to come in. The reason for that is that I wish to speak on recommendation 3, and Kevin will speak to recommendation 4. But before I move to that, I would like to answer some of the statements that the former leader has made this morning. The former leader has sought to place the blame on the Plaid Cymru group for bringing this council into disrepute. Now, I, former leader, would claim that the leader at the time and other members of the Executive Board, it was you who permitted an illegal payment, an allegedly illegal payment to be made to the Chief Executive. So it is you, as an Executive Board, who are responsible for bringing this council into disrepute, not the Plaid Cymru group. Are you trying to tell us that if we had not asked questions about what you have done, that you would have been happy enough for everything to have proceeded without anyone drawing attention to it? And the second statement that the former leader made was that we were involved in the administration between 1999 and 2004, and I was a member of this council at the time. The only major difference between what happened then and what happens now is that we, as an administration at the time, did not make any illegal payments. That's the difference. If I may then turn back to recommendation 3, which is before us, from the current leader. We are here not as a court of law, as members are trying to get us to believe. We are here to discuss and respond to the damning report of the Wales Audit Office. the response of full council and not the response of the Executive Board. In recommendation 3, the current leader, it is this council that should respond and not the Executive Board at the time. I'll leave it there. Thank you. Councillor Anthony Jones, and then I will put the recommendation for you.
Could I do?
Thank you, Chair.
I suppose we can all look back, and I don't want to repeat what's already been said in this chamber, but if there's one thing that I always notice when we deal with opinions and legal representatives, you can put one question, have two legal representatives, and boy, will you have an array of assumptions and opinions. It's an industry in itself. But I say that because the seriousness of what we are discussing here today quite clearly is impacting on the county. And I don't like it, and I'm sure no other member of this authority enjoys what we are having to discuss here today. If I wanted to simplify matters, I may say, well, look, we've got two QC's opinions, you've got one, we win, 2-1. It isn't as simple as that. The detail behind the decisions, and it is very difficult for us as lay people, and I would suggest for the members of the public out there who are not confined to the processes and policies that we as elected members have to follow. And society, regrettably I suggest, has changed so much that a single comment can be taken quite literally out of context. And the ramifications of that as you go through what happens in society is not nice for any individual, I would suggest. And I think we need to be very mindful of what we are saying here. And when you come down to integrity, reasonableness, and the issue that happened to the head of planning in the past is one of the very reasons such a policy was looked at within our own constitution. And when I look at what has been said, and I look at political parties, and I sometimes wonder, is there a difference? I mean, this isn't a court of law. It's a body of elected people. But the way I've been looking at the media and the press lately, I thought we'd already had judgment, and possibly the remit of our MP includes a judge. Possibly the remit of the AM, although he has had difficulties in the past in reading things, I appreciate. And then we have the Plaid Cymru Party, who have met on several occasions and made their views known. Now, I'm quite willing to accept you've come in here this morning with an open mind. But conversely, one must question, why on earth have we had this foray of misinformation, accusations, allegations in the press? I don't find that very helpful. And I suppose one could have got into the political rhetoric and having this comment from this one and that comment from that one. At the core of what we are discussing here is the integrity and professionalism of officers of Carmarthenshire County Council. Some may wish to take a view, no, it will not happen. They did wrong. The reality of what we've got in front of us is we have differing opinions on what was done. Was it legally correct? Was it not legally correct? And they are opinions at the end of the day. And looking at the question that the Wales Audit posed for their legal opinion, I can't fault that. If that question was posed to me, picking up on what Councillor Davis said earlier on, reading the guidance notes, yeah, it would. I suppose that's clear-cut to the lay person. I am not qualified to comment on legalities, which is why, rightfully so, we took independent advice. And any time you take independent advice, it is independent advice, whether it comes from the same solicitor or not, I would suggest. I'm here to be corrected if that is the case. When it comes to the way that this has developed in the press and in the media, and most definitely in the way the public are looking at us as a local authority, Can I say, we are not changing the signs coming into Wales. They will still say, Croeso i Gymru, welcome to Wales. And I look specifically at you, Mr Kerr. You may go back to your London office after all this is over, but we shall get on with the business of dealing with what are important issues to the people that we represent within Carmarthenshire. So to conclude, Chairman, I'm looking at the amendments that the leader of the Plaid Group has put forward, and I may be wrong, and I'm obviously willing to be corrected as I say this, Councillor Hughes, but from my understanding on the first point of what the leader has proposed in a way of moving this forward, you wish to remove words which basically would say that we, under no circumstances, can we grant indemnities to members or officers. My first question would be, legally, are we and can we make that decision? Because I will look to the monitoring officer for clarification on that, because I think we do have a duty, and if it's in Welsh Government guidelines and or legislation, where an authority can look to defend an officer and or a member, I really don't think we can accept the wording that you have put forward, and I say that with respect. When it comes down to the next bullet point, and I do believe Councillor Campbell will be speaking on it, so I'm not going to prejudge what may or may not be said. On number 4, to set up a cross-party group to look at governance, I think that's a very reasonable proposition in view of all the allegations that have happened. And I've said it openly in this chamber before, sometimes there isn't enough information, and you must understand that this has evolved from the time that, well, when Plaid Cymru were in office and they brought this system of government in. It's evolved into what we've currently got. And maybe it's evolved to such an extent where we are getting insufficient information within our reports. That, again, is not the fault of the Executive Board and or the officers. It is complying with what is required under regulation. Now, we can come out with all these excuses and reasons of why these things happen. Importantly is what the public perceive our duty is within this chamber. And it is to represent their best interests, and it is to represent the best that Carmarthenshire can offer. And I will say this undoubtedly. The confidence I've had, continue to still have in the Chief Executive remains. In the monitoring officer, Linda Rhys-Jones, my confidence remains. I have got no issues at all with those two officers who I believe have acted professionally and with integrity in the face of adversity that no one would wish to bear. So to conclude, I think the amendments, and I look to the Chairman for guidance, may not be right that we take forward on number 1, Chairman. On the 4th one, I suggest that it is kept in, and I would look forward to having that cross-party group to look at what we deem appropriate for Carmarthenshire, and if it is within our gift and the regulations that we are sometimes constrained to take forward. I will conclude there, Chairman. Diolch.
I rise on a point of order, Chair. 14.13 under the Constitution, in terms of personal explanation. Councillor Jones made quite a serious allegation during his speech. He referred that the Plaid Cymru group, of which I am a member, had been spreading what he termed misinformation with regard to this issue. I take great exception to that. I have acted with integrity throughout this case, and I've tried to look at it from a balanced perspective. And therefore, I would ask Councillor Jones if he could outline specifically the piece of misinformation he refers to, the publication in which it was printed, and the date of publication, so that we could take it further and look into it. Because if he hasn't got that evidence, I think that he should withdraw that comment immediately. Diolch.
I am happy to clarify my position when it comes to the amount of misinformation that is being perceived by the public and from the people that I have spoken to. By definition, under the Code of Conduct, I will not name any individual that I have spoken to in the course of these items being put forward within this local authority. And if I look at all the press releases that I have looked at in the past, I think the perception as what has been reported and maybe it's a point that the member may wish to clarify, if those are not the intended words to misrepresent what may be possibly happening within this local authority, then I will certainly accede that if my interpretation is wrong, I will certainly apologise. But that is the perception that is governed by many people who have posed questions from reading articles that have come from the Plaid Cymru party, allegedly.
I don't think we want to pursue that any further. Just do you want to come back briefly? Just briefly. I forgot to refer to one matter earlier. I have great respect to Councillor Tom Theophilus, and I agree with everything he said. But if we turn to recommendation 3 from the current leader, that is wholly irrelevant to what we're discussing today. That is in the past. What we are discussing is what happened after that occurred. Thank you. Councillor Kevin Campbell, and then we have a recommendation. Thank you, Chair. I wish to propose that we refer the matter to the Audit Committee rather than establishing a cross-party group, because we have a due process and system which is robust enough in this Council to deal with issues such as this. But before I come to that particular issue, may I just respond to some of the points made by Councillor Anthony Jones. Elected Plaid Cymru members in the Assembly or in Parliament, or indeed in this Council, have not expressed any views or made any information known which is not associated with the 2 reports that have been placed before this Council by the Wales Audit Office. That is the basis of our searching questions. And so if he suggests that it is from there that the misinformation, that the allegations come, then I would again ask him to go back to 2 reports, because it is from there that our questions come. And like Councillor Darren Price, I also regret, and I'm disappointed to hear that he seems to question our honestly expressed views as councillors who are also concerned about the poor reputation that this council has earned because of the issues in question. I wish, Chair, to turn to English very quickly, because I want to summarise why I believe that it is to the Audit Committee that this matter should be directed.
A great debate here this morning about interpretations of law. And at the end of the day, the law is about interpretation. And we've heard many speakers talk about the rights and wrongs and the grey areas around this specific issue. But if I was a member of the Executive Board, if I had been given legal advice about the possible confusion around indemnity issues, and the advice to err on the side of caution, that is what I would have done. Now, let me also make it absolutely clear that no one on this side of the chamber is questioning the right of the Chief Executive to be defended in a claim or libel case against him. No one is suggesting that. The nub of the matter is whether it is morally right for him to counter claim against the person bringing the libel case. And that has been conveniently forgotten by many people during the debate this morning. As far as I'm concerned, the Wales Audit 2006, as has already been mentioned, makes it absolutely clear. And I'll quote, "The Council may indemnify the Chief Executive in respect of the claim against him, but they cannot indemnify him in respect of bringing a counter-claim." And that is where we are at. And the Wales Audit report clearly states that as a result, the Council is not authorised by statute to grant such an indemnity. Now, that is where the difference of opinion lies. And I understand that that there may be a grey area there. But with regards to my motion of referring this matter to the Audit Committee and possibly the Standards Committee, it's to do with this, which we haven't really looked at this morning. The audit report on the indemnity questions the participation of the Chief Executive in the decision-making process, whilst having a personal and pecuniary interest in the decision. Very little mention has been made of that this morning. No formal minutes of the pre-exec board meeting. I find this astonishing. And yes, it might have happened, Meryl, for many, many years, but it doesn't make it right. Because we were instructed by our monitoring officer to come here this morning with an open mind, to avoid predetermination. And yet, we have an executive board meeting discussing 3 weighty, complex and important matters. And it is done in 15 minutes. Are you telling me that they came into that meeting with an open mind? Did they come into that meeting not being predetermined? Because they'd already had those discussions in unminuted meetings beforehand. Then we were told in the audit report that it was allowed, because it wasn't a minuted item, as an urgent matter because the legal advice came too late. Well, I beg the question, where is the forward planning? Where is the procedural, right there to follow the Constitution? No risk assessment was made. No assessment of its prospects of success was presented to the Executive Board. This is a catalogue of calamities. And it's because of that procedural deficiencies that I am asking for this matter to be referred to the Audit Committee. And it's for that Audit Committee to order a full inquiry into how the Executive Board reached the unlawful decisions that they did, and for the Audit Committee to report back to the full Council as to whether any officer or staff member should be referred to the Standards Committee. And it'll be a matter for the Audit Committee to decide the terms of reference on that, but I'm sure that they will look at the corporate governance of this Council, which has been open to question this morning and which has still many, many deficiencies in it, and whether the processes that were undertaken during these matters were right or wrong. And until we find out what went wrong, with particular attention paid to the failure of proper process, then we can't move on, Chair, with any confidence or credibility. These reports must be investigated thoroughly so that lessons can be learned for the future. In
my view, I don't think we need to bring the WLGA in, or indeed to establish any cross-party group, although I'd be happy enough for that to happen in principle. But we have the vehicle for this, and the Audit Committee and the Standards Committee are the appropriate places, and I propose that we follow that course of action. Thank you. The only problem is that I can only take one amendment, and if it's in the amendment, okay, that's fine. May I suggest for you, given that the first, over 2 hours ago, given that we had firstly the motion and the amendment, that we break for 10 minutes and have the recommendation printed so that we all have it in front of us. Would you be happy for us to pursue that, or do you want to continue? Okay, we'll make sure that you know what you're going to vote for then. Peter, will you please read out the amendment? Before I read the amendment out, there is one very important issue that I need to look at. May I, Chair, ask, there are 4 here, 4 different issues. Would it not be fair that we should vote on each of them separately? Because people may have different views on one as opposed to the other. Is that possible? I'll ask for legal advice, but if there's just one amendment, then there's surely one amendment, no, not 4. No, there's an amendment to 1 and to 4. There are 2 separate amendments. 2 or 3 is a yes or no. I'm looking for support and assistance.
As far as whether we vote it separately or...
It may be easier for members to know it's voting or if it's done separately.
We'll make it easier one by one if everybody's happy. But...
Right, are the Parliament happy?
Are we all happy that we do it one by one? Okay.
Not clear as to whether we're having a break, as to whether we are voting without having what we are voting for before us, quite a long amendment. I mean, I think it's very sensible to have a break for 10 minutes so that we can have the amendment before us. Whether or not we take it in individual parts, which would seem sensible, we can't do that if we haven't got it before us, because none of us will be able to remember by rote half a page of an amendment read out once. So I'm asking fairly that we actually have it in front of us.
Well, if you remember, not many seconds ago I did suggest this. Right?
Well, right, what do you want to do? Do you wish to break so that we can have it in front of us and take them one by one? I mean, there's nodding here and there. I want to know clearly. Do you want to break or not?
I think what I don't want is anybody going out to this meeting and saying that they haven't the full information. Let's adjourn for 10 minutes. Let them have the and then nobody can. Because what will happen? It'll be on websites and whatever saying that we didn't give them the chance to have it. So I move that we do adjourn for 10 minutes and give the members the motions.
Right.
Okay. Are we happy? I'll ask for both motions and the amendments to be typed out and circulated, and we'll come back and we'll then take them one by one. Okay, thank you.
Could you sit alongside me and have a good account of me?
Os ysgydwch chi lawr, please. Mae'r amser bron o'n 1 o'clock. Yeah.
You please be seated. It's almost 1 p.m.
Neu siŵr bod pawb wedi cael y papur. Did you vote out then?
We have to proceed, or we just suspend standing orders to keep us going until 1 p.m. Are we all back? May I suggest that we suspend standing orders just to deal with this vote? Everyone happy with that, given that it's 1 p.m.? May I say that Councillor Pam Palmer has asked for an explanation before we start? Okay, just to explain, I'll ask Mr Edgecombe just to come in. I've had a note on declaration of party whips.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Just to confirm, the rules regarding declaration of party whips only apply to scrutiny committees, not to full council.
Ryan, chi'n meddwl mewn? Jyst i weid taw attendance fe?
Chwipio, presenoldeb yn y cyfarfod.
It deals with presence, attendance, not in terms of how we vote. You know what I mean? Just to explain, the party whip was related to the attendance here, not the vote. Okay, Peter. And we'll take them one by one. May I just say a word about the first?
Well, I just want to make a very, very important point here, because with number 1, it says, the original one says, note the findings of the Wales Audit Office, and so on. My amendment says, accept the findings of the Wales Audit Office, because I think that's a very, very, very serious situation we must consider. Because the last words mentioned this morning by the Wales Audit was the word High Court. It was quite clear for us to realise if we don't accept it, we might be in that position. So I move, accept the findings.
Please. Mr. Barrett, doesn't come in at that point before we vote.
Thank you, Chair. Just to be clear, I suppose. Whilst I would like the Council to accept my report, what I'm actually asking the Council to do is to accept the recommendation. That's what the legislation sets out. So it would be possible for the Council, I suppose in theory, not to accept the report but to accept the recommendation. The legislation requires that the Council consider the recommendations, consider the report and consider the recommendations. It's really a matter for the Council what it wants to do in arriving at that determination.
I would ask for a recorded vote. May I suggest, Peter, that you read out the amendment and then we'll go to a vote either for or against. Yeah, if you read the amendment out, okay.
Accept the findings of the Wales Audit Office and agree to withdraw the provision in the Council's constitution which allows for the granting of indemnities to members and officers to bring actions for defamation.
Right, then go in now.
Chair, can I have a point of information here? Because I don't know whether it's lost in translation, but I mean, surely it's the recommendations of the audit report that we need to look at, not the findings as a whole. And there's neither of these pieces of paper. Can I find a way in which I can accept the recommendations, which is, I think, what we're being asked to do?
Right, ni mynd mlaen i'r bleidlais. Dros neu yn erbyn.
We'll go on to vote for or against the amendment. Are we all clear?
Amendment. Right?
Number one.
Point of order.
Sorry, just point or
just a point of order in terms of understanding what we're voting on here. In English it says accept the findings. Do the findings include the recommendations? Can we have some clarity on that, please?
Well,
I didn't place the amendment before you.
I think the feeling from this group is that the findings should include the recommendations of the Audit Office. If the view of the monitoring officer is that that is not clear enough, then I am more than happy to move another amendment to the motion. Just for clarity, if the monitoring officer is satisfied that findings include the recommendations, then we can vote on this. A yes to that will solve the problem. Diolch.
Thank you. I think my view is that findings include the entirety of the report, including the recommendation.
The recommendation is to withdraw the indemnity provision in the Constitution, which is contained in the original motion. That's the recommendation. I asked that question to the auditor.
Okay,
we'll move to a vote for and against the motion or the amendment. Are we all clear?
Okay. Councillor Allen. Councillor Bartlett. Councillor Bowen. Councillor Kayak.
For.
Councillor Campbell.
Obliged. For.
Councillor Charles.
Obliged.
Councillor Cooper. Councillor Cundy.
Against.
Councillor A. Davis. Councillor D. B. Davis.
Against.
Councillor G. Davis. Councillor I. W. Davis. Councillor J. A. Davis. Councillor S. L. Davis. Councillor T. Davis.
sorry.
Councillor W. K. Davis. Councillor W. R. A. Davis. Councillor Davis.
Obliged.
Councillor Devishand. Councillor Dole.
Obliged.
Councillor Edmonds. Councillor Edwards. Councillor D. C. Evans. Councillor H. A. L. Evans.
Obliged.
Councillor L. D. Evans.
Obliged.
Councillor W. J. W. Evans. Councillor W. T. Evans.
Obliged.
Councillor Gravel. Councillor Harries. Councillor Higgins. Councillor Hopkins. Councillor Howell.
Obliged.
Councillor Hughes Griffiths.
Obliged.
Councillor P. M. Hughes. Councillor Jackson. Councillor A. James. Councillor J. D. James. Councillor D. M. Jenkins.
Obliged.
Councillor J. P. Jenkins. Councillor A. W. Jones.
Against.
Councillor G. O. Jones.
Obliged.
Councillor H. I. Jones. Councillor P. E. M. Jones. Councillor T. J. Jones. Councillor Lenny.
Obliged.
Councillor Llewellyn. Councillor Madge. Councillor Matthews. Councillor Morgan. Councillor Owen.
For.
Councillor Palmer. Councillor Price.
Obliged.
Councillor Richards. Councillor Roberts. Councillor Shepherdson. Councillor Speak. Councillor Stevens. Councillor Theophilus. Councillor E. G. Thomas. Councillor G. B. Thomas. Councillor J. Thomas. Councillor M. K. Thomas. Councillor S. E. Thomas. Councillor W.
Obliged.
Councillor W. D. Thomas. Councillor Tremlett. Councillor D. E. Williams. Councillor J. Williams. Councillor J. E. Williams. Councillor J. S. Williams.
Obliged.
Okay, if you just give us a moment. Okay, Chair.
Please.
There are 28 votes for the amendment and 41 against the amendment. So that amendment is lost.
If we move on to the second. If we could vote on the second.
Councillor Bartlett. Councillor Bowen. Councillor Kayak.
Do
you want help or?
Actually, well, yes, I do want help, actually.
Come on, please, one way or the other, you vote support or you don't.
Are we voting for... Are we waiting for part 2?
The second part 2. Second amendment.
Second amendment we are voting now.
For or against, come on.
Vote of yes, sorry, that's not true.
No, that's not, yeah. That's not the second amendment.
Unless you're going to vote, I'm going to move on. No vote.
No, sorry, Chair, I don't actually know what I'm voting for, so I'm not going to vote.
Okay. Move on, please.
Just for clarity, we're on the second part of the amendment now. We've dealt with part 1. We're now dealing with amendment number 2. Everybody's clear, I think?
Thank you. Against.
It's not accepted.
No.
There is no amendment.
Yeah. I mean...
Is everybody clear?
Yeah. On a point of order, there is no second amendment. There's only 2 amendments, point 1 and point 4.
Yeah, but
points 2 and 3, we're simply yeah, so what? There's no amendment, just go to the motion and vote on the motion. You don't need to go through it twice, is there? It's a waste of time.
Right, we're going to 4.
We're going straight on to 4 then, if that's clear for you. Yep.
Point a second. Now, Rhif Pedwar.
We're now on to 4 then. The other 2, okay.
Iawn. Wella ddyrwyddo'r sy'n ni'n neud yn fwy clir ar y dafod.
It might have been easier if we'd made it clear on the sheet.
Councillor Bartlett. Councillor Bowen. Councillor Kayak.
4.
Councillor Campbell.
Obliged 4.
Councillor Charles.
Obliged.
Councillor Cooper. Councillor Cundy. Councillor Davis. Sorry, that's A. Davis. Councillor D.B. Davis.
Against.
Councillor G. Davis. Councillor I.W. Davis. Councillor J.A. Davis. Councillor S.L. Davis. Councillor T. Davis. Councillor W.K. Davis. Councillor W.R.A. Davis. Councillor T. Davis. Councillor Devishand. Councillor Dole.
Obliged.
Councillor Edmonds. Councillor Edwards. Councillor Evans. D.C. Evans. Councillor H.A.L. Evans.
Obliged.
Councillor L.D. Evans. Councillor W.G.W. Evans. Councillor W.T. Evans.
Obliged.
Councillor Gravel. Councillor Harries. Councillor Higgins. Councillor Hopkins. Councillor Howell.
Obliged.
Councillor Hughes Griffiths.
Obliged.
Councillor P.M. Hughes. Councillor Jackson. Councillor A. James. Councillor J.D. James. Councillor D.M. Jenkins.
Obliged.
Councillor J.P. Jenkins. Councillor A.W. Jones.
Against.
Councillor G.O. Jones.
Obliged.
Councillor H.I. Jones. Councillor P.E.M. Jones. Councillor T.J. Jones. Councillor A. Lenny.
Obliged for.
Councillor Llewellyn. Councillor Madge. Councillor Matthews. Councillor A.G. Morgan. Councillor Owen.
For.
Councillor Palmer. Councillor Price.
Obliged for.
Councillor Richards. Councillor Roberts. Councillor Shepherdson. Councillor Speak. Councillor Stevens. Councillor Theophilus. Councillor E. G. Thomas. Councillor G. B. Thomas. Councillor J. Thomas. Councillor M. K. Thomas. Councillor S. E. Thomas.
Obliged.
Councillor W. D. Thomas. Councillor Tremlett. Councillor Williams, D. E. Williams. Councillor J. Williams. Councillor J. E. Williams. And Councillor J. S. Williams.
Obliged.
Okay, we'll tally up again. Okay, Chair. On that amendment, it is 31 votes for, 37 against and 1 abstention.
Iawn, gael bod y ddoi y gwelliant wedi...
Given that both amendments have been lost, I now place the original proposal, which is the substantive proposal 1, 2, 3 and 4, and it's been suggested that we don't need a recorded vote. So if we can have a show of hands.
With a count to count. Gerbyn. Rwy'n yn ymatal?
Abstentions? 1.
Okay. Mae'r cynnig wedi cael ei gario.
Motion is carried. Given that it's now almost 1:30, may I suggest that we return to the chamber by 2:30 to complete our business. Thank you.
Okay. A mae yn gwestiwn i'r cyfeiriadau gyntaf.
A fyddech gystal a sefych ar gyfer cadeirydd, is-gadeirydd a deilpwyd prifweithredwr y Cyngor Sir os gwelwch yn dda.
Diolch yn fawr, sefych lawr.
Thank you. Please be seated. Welcome back.
Gai derbyn gyda caniatâd chi bod ni ddim...
Would I may I assume that we won't go through the formalities at the beginning? You know where to go if there is fire and so on. No fire alarm here on the website and so on. Okay, can we carry on? Okay, we'll move on to item 4 on the agenda, which is Senior Officers' Pay and Pensions, Wales Audit Office, report in the public interest, and the report of the Assistant Chief Executive, People Management, in response. No, I think we're off again, are we? Are there any members who wish to take out an interest? Any declarations? Okay, Sian, yes, you've done that. Is it me or... Okay, I'll try to go further back, but I'm not that close to it. Okay, we'll try, and if it becomes an issue, we'll have to look at it again. Once again, it's a pleasure to call upon Mr. Anthony Barrett of the Wales Audit Office to present his report.
Thank you, Chair. So in relation to this report, it's a similar issue regarding the lawfulness. I've concluded the decision of the Executive Board on the 14th of November 2011 to approve a pay supplement for senior staff who opt out of the local government pension scheme was unlawful. Any resulting payments are items of account that are contrary to law. In my view, it's unlawful for the following reasons. Council's powers to set reasonable remuneration cannot be used for the avoidance or mitigation of the effects of pensions legislation. In making the decision, relevant considerations were not taken into account. The Council failed to have due regard to the public sector equality duty. The decision constituted indirect discrimination. The agenda item was considered by the Executive Board without appearing on the agenda and without being open to inspection by members of the public. And the report was drafted and presented by a senior officer who had a disqualifying personal and pecuniary interest in the decision. Once again, I would draw members' attentions to the recommendation. The Council has already rescinded the decision, so I only make one recommendation, which is if it wishes to take a further lawful decision on this matter, it needs to address the procedural weaknesses and demonstrate that what it's doing represents reasonable remuneration for the work being carried out. And I would just again draw members' attentions to what is required. The Council must decide whether the report requires it to take any action, whether the recommendation in the report is to be accepted, and what action to take in response to the report and recommendation. Thank you.
Diolch Mr Barrett. Arweinydd yn ydyr?
Mr Barrett, the leader.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr Barrett. I'm glad the report recognises that there was nothing fundamental wrong with the idea of pay supplement, but I accept what you have said in your words now. This matter, the Executive Board looked at this again in December, and yes, there was governance issues here that I'm sorry that some of them happened, but that, in reality, it was all done in good faith. I think that we've looked at it again, and it shows that politicians can look at something for the second time and realise that, yes, maybe we had a few things wrong. So I think that we acknowledge the shortcomings in the governance issues. That's why I've asked for a cross-party committee, which has now been carried with support either from the WLJ or other independently to look at all these issues. So I've already reversed this in December, and so I therefore propose that we accept your report in full, and I move, Mr Chairman.
Been proposed. This is the seconder.
Sorry is the hardest word, and a sorry state of affairs we have here today. This chamber is not a court of law, but the home of democracy in the county. It is legal or illegal. In court it is legal or illegal. Here it has been legal and right. As for the pension scam, I do not care if it was lawful or unlawful. It was wrong, wrong and wrong. A tax dodge, a moral bankruptcy. As for procedure, definitely unlawful. As for the principle, especially given Section 54, again I fear that in my own opinion it was unlawful. And what is interesting within this section, it is the givers and not the receivers that is acting unlawfully. There are parts of this report that are rather vague. As an employer, I do not know a way to pay employers' national insurance directly to the employee without incurring additional national insurance charges. A 1/9 deduction would be required for parity. There is no mention at all here if this was done. If not, we are out of pocket. Also, if the scam is available to one, then it must be available to all. For a part-timer on the lowest pay scale, it would equate to a 24% increase in take-home pay. So it would be more quitting than staying, and then look at the consequences. I looked at my payslip. My contribution 6%, council's contribution 16.5%, split 14% to cover ongoing costs, and 2.5% to cover the historical deficit. If then half the people quit the pension scheme, the council's contribution have to increase to 14 plus 5, 19%. How much it will cost in the end, we do not know. The problem with scams is that they have unintended consequences. It was wrong and most probably unlawful, if not in principle, definitely in process. As for the comment in the first report, senior officers would be forced to leave the pension scheme, a fundamental error of fact or law. The more I think about Section 54, by clearing Mr James, it drops the then leaders in it instead. My advice to them, resign so as to concentrate on the defence, and then we would not need to discuss the next item on the agenda. I will also give you this advice. Mistaking law is no defence. Mistaking fact is a defence. If you have the best solicitor, you should find at least one mistake of fact in these reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think that, again, as with the first topic that we discussed, there was a lack of communication between the Executive Board and the ordinary backbench councillors. In fact, as I recall, the Executive Board minute merely notes changes in HMRC rules, and therefore it was a shock to us all to find out that we have special pension arrangements for senior officers. And that really is deceitful. And I would like the Executive Board members to explain why they did that. Because this isn't, it was vague enough for the indemnity, but we knew who it's likely to affect because of the libel case proposed. But this, there's no way that any of us or any of the people of Carmarthenshire could have known what was happening. And if it was not something that was dodgy, why didn't you tell us about it? And I think that is just appalling. Absolutely appalling. And I think you should hang your heads in shame that you did this, fine. You gave some money to a senior officer who shouldn't have had it, and you actually decided that you would hide it. Hide it from us and hide it from the people who elected you and the people you govern, because, you know, we are an arm of government for Carmarthenshire. I think we all know that an employer's contribution should only be paid if somebody is getting the employee's pension. To actually give somebody an extra contribution is absolutely, you know, diabolical. I mean, and to do it secretly. I mean, why on earth are we allowing this? And, you know, maybe you know, as you say, it's a tax dodge, but why actually give an employer's contribution to a pension which isn't an employer's pension? Almost all of us here will be in the Dyfed pension scheme, and I think it would be nice and loyal if people wanted to have a pension, they would go into that scheme. And as has been said, you know, if people leave, and of course if the best paid people leave, it makes us all poorer in the end. That's not the point. It's been pointed out to us that it's perfectly okay for people to leave a pension scheme. But to leave a pension scheme and be given extra money is absolutely indefensible. And I'd like to know, perhaps to the Chair, I could ask the Leader, is there any way that we can retrieve this money which we gave out unlawfully? Because that's certainly what my voters are asking me. And as has been said before, the Chief Executive is on a very large salary. The amount of extra money he was getting is much more than the average salary, just that extra bit. In Carmarthenshire, people are disgusted, absolutely disgusted, that this happened, that it happened in a secretive way, and that our Executive Board all approved it, but didn't actually pass on the information at all. In fact, hid it. I mean, how can we look at the Executive Board minutes? We're only allowed to approve them or ask for information. No, not even a hint that anything had actually been done, that any action had been taken on the changes in the HMRC rules. And I think this is just indefensible. Never mind the Wales Audit report. It's indefensible that you did something deliberately hiding it from us and hiding it from the people of this county. And I'd like an explanation from everyone who was in that Executive Board meeting as to why you did it. Because there may be a reason, there may be an explanation. You may be able to persuade us that you acted decently. But, you know, I think we should not be here only finding this out because of an audit. It should have been told to us before. And we're angry, and the people of this county are very angry. Thank you.
Iawn, p'un o'ch sy'n leter fe? Kevin? A list yn y rown, pa beth sy'n fe?
Kevin, who's dealing with this?
The point of the fact that the Chief Executive signed the new contract, that we did, the payments were stopped in January, and now we are in a legal contract with the Chief Executive. So I'm not going to go any further with that, because now it's a legal matter between us and the Chief Executive. I'm pointed right from our legal officers. Yes, we did discuss, and you know, the pension scheme letters went out to senior officers, and the HMRS, you know, changed, you know, consulted generally on these changes. And I think, you know, when we did this decision, we did it in good faith. You know, I mean, there was nobody, you know, the fact that it was, you know, the senior officer's salaries review was due, which, you know, was every 2 years. And it was set up by the previous administration in 2001, which Supply Company were part of it. So this too, yes, well, you did. You did set it up, and it was in a constitution. And it was every 2 years you look at this, at the salaries of chief executives and senior staff. So that is a fact. So you know, yes, I've said when I got up on my feet, there were some issues that we got wrong. And I've already admitted that, and let's be honest, we did look at it, and we made that decision and we reversed it. So, you know, going over it, I know what, you know, the member wants, but I think we did it in good faith, and listen to what was being said, the recruitment and the tension side of it. Yes, you know, when we've got all the directors now retiring shortly, And we do need to make sure that we do retain the best staff that we can. Because at the end of the day, they are to give the electorate out there the best officers that we can. And there is, a small pool of officers in the country. So yes, all this was looked at. Yes, there was an evidence-based in the report there. I accept that. But that was done in good faith, and when we did it, it was because of recruitment and intention. And that's what really we were thinking about, because in the next year or so, we will have a lot of our directors retiring. And I think it is important that we do get the right policies to make sure that we get the best people into Carmarthenshire. And I know if Mary wants to say, I'm following up on that.
Yeah. Diolch yn fawr, Mr Cadeirydd. Just to echo what the leader has said, just a little bit of background. As mentioned, of course, we do have a review of salaries every 2 years, and I think when this came about, we realised that I think the report mentioned that we were below the middle tier of payment for senior salaries, as of course we had frozen all the senior salaries pay for some years. We were all aware of the changes that were coming from HMRC. The regulations will certainly change and would certainly affect senior officers, but it's not only just senior officers within local government, it's also the police, and I know the police have done this. It's also universities, it's also health boards, it is standard practice in the private sector, but of course I know we're not in the private sector. I am pleased because actually what the auditor does say that it was not illegal. I am pleased that the auditor in his report mentions that pay supplement in itself is not unlawful. That is in the auditor's report. But, of course, we didn't get it right. And Gwyn, hands up, there were mistakes taken, and I am the first to admit that. We hadn't looked at whether we were going to have problems in looking at further officers, and I think, just as the leader mentioned, we have got most of our senior officers are coming up to a certain age, shall we say, and I have to say now it'll be a sorry day for us when we say goodbye to many of our senior officers, because they have worked exceptionally hard for this council. I mean, in the last 15 years, Carmarthenshire has gone from strength to strength. And it's only because of the quality of the senior officers that we have. And who knows, we might well have problems in the future for retention, and indeed possibly to see whether we can have as good a quality directors for this council, because their job on day-to-day is to deliver, obviously, good services. But I am pleased to say that what the auditor just mentioned was that if we had any intention of doing this, or anybody having intention of doing this within not only local authority, as I said, but in other public services, that of course we have to make sure that the process is correct. We did fall down on the process, and I am the first to say that we did.
Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Like you, I'm one of the trustees of the David Pensions Fund. This used to be one of the best local government funds in the whole of the UK, and with the and the cabinets next to the main entrance used to be full of trophies which prove the quality of the pension fund. Now our reputation is in smithereens, and this possibly is irreversible. And this disappoints me greatly because I was so proud of that, and it is hugely disappointing. A further disappointment was the way in which I, as the trustee, found out about this, which was by reading about it in the press. I asked for a meeting of trustees immediately to discuss the matter, but I'm still waiting, and the response I received was that it would make no difference at all to the pension fund financially. But that was not my main concern, but rather the reputation of the pension fund and members' faith in the pension fund.
Pension fund is irrecoverably shattered by the actions of its chair and other members of the executive board.
It further saddens me to note that the chair of the fund and the seconder were present when this decision was made. So they worried not about the reputation of the pension fund. Did they consider that they were agreeing with the Chief Executive to take steps to avoid tax payments?
Purport to be socialists voted for a dodgy tax avoidance scheme. Full stop.
I'm given to understand that it has been worth some additional £16,000 to the Chief Executive, and he is already on such a large salary, and this, in my view, is immoral. The £16,000 is more than an annual salary for ordinary councillors, but worse than that, we have over 3,500 employees in our county who do not even earn a living wage. Never mind employees in our 59 other organisations within the pension fund. £3,500 in Carmarthenshire without counting the rest. What is the percentage of participants who earn over £16,000? Do you know the answer? What is the percentage of pensioners in the pension fund? And I'm talking about pensioners who receive over £16,000 a year. I ask my fellow trustees to search their consciences, and if they have consciences and if they find them, then I would urge you to vote with us to ensure that a thorough investigation is carried out. I would also encourage you, based on this information, to vote for the motion of lack of confidence later on, or at least to abstain. But if you are not able to do so, then you should consider, after destroying the reputation of the pension fund, that you should then consider your role as trustees of the pension fund. And for those of you who are listening out there, and members of the fund or as pensioners, there are 39,645 members according to the annual report on page 32.
45 people in the pension fund, either paying in or receiving a pension.
If I was one of you, and I am, I would tell you, think long and hard about this and take action in a word or in a deed, in vote. Thank you. Thank you, Sian. Councillor John Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can somebody satisfy one curiosity I've got which hasn't been answered? I'm hoping somebody can. Who actually initiated the decision to phone up Total Rewards Project Limited? Who who initiated, who requested the report? Did a member of the Executive Board say that, you know, our senior officers are potentially affected by this and we must do something? Or how did it come about? That's what I want to know. Who actually made the decision? And why did we use total reward projects? Have we used them before? How were they chosen? What process was followed? I'm curious to see why. I mean, I accept what Councillor Gravel said, but I'm concerned that out of the 22 local authorities in Wales, the 2 that pay their chief executives the most, as in Pembrokeshire, are the only 2 out of the 22 that went down this path. Yes, there's a debate about the morality of tax avoidance, but I want to know about the process, who chose and why.
Philip Hughes,
Yes, Chair. If you recall, I was the Executive Board member at the time for the, this particular portfolio. And I was sitting on this particular, this time as it were. And I did discuss it with the Mr. Paul Thomas, who is the Assistant Chief Exec, and we were looking at it. And yes, I was the Exec Board member who asked to call in TRP, to be honest, to have some outside information on it, to make sure that we were doing the right thing. So yes, I was the one who implemented it.
With all due respect, Mr Jenkins,
with all due respect,
you talk to the Chair, not to the individual.
But to go on from there, whilst I'm on my feet, I will say that I did put my hand up to speak. I answered the question. I was the one who implemented it, to answer your question. But whilst I am on my feet, I will say the reasons for all this, you know, we've spoken, we've held our hands up to it, we have made a mistake, I'm quite happy to say so. But the reason for doing so is, you know, we talk about a lot of things for retention and many other things. And we looked at it, and as you say, there's a very shortage, it's a small pool out there for the offices of senior officers and what we're looking for. And we've gone out and out to recruit senior officers, and as I say, there's a very small pool out there. We try to retain officers by offering incentives in different ways, and this was one of them. And sadly, as I said, we've fallen foul in it, and we hold our hands up to it. So, like I say, at the time, there was an awful lot going on, and we brought it through as you asked about urgent items. Again, this is, I can answer that in a very quick way if you want. There's an awful lot going on. There was single status going on, job valuation. There's an awful lot going on at the time, as you can all recall. I'm sure you can. So we just thought, well, right, okay, let's get this done. And like I say again, I can hold my hands up to it. Take a slap on the wrist, and we got it wrong. I heard the word scams. This was not a scam. Trust me. You might be you might be in the habit of using the word scams quite loosely. Trust me, I don't. But that was it, Chair.
Colleague Gwyn Hopkins.
Mr Gwyn Hopkins.
Doesn't matter. If you want the explanation, but it's the fact that you named it doesn't give you the right to read back. So can I go with? Do you want to restore? If you
want to say something, that's fine. But
a scam can be illegal tax avoidance or legal tax avoidance. They're both scams, in my opinion, whether it's legal or illegal. Avoidance or evasion, they're both scams.
Yeah, diolch yn fawr. Cynghorydd Gwyn Hopkins.
Thank you, Chair. I'm on the same track as I was this morning. It was this minute of the meeting on November the 14th, 2011 is even briefer than the one which I read out this morning. And all it says in English.
Especially resolved that the recommendations set out in the report be agreed. Now, sit in a byd gall y cofno.
Now, how on earth can that minute be interpreted as a change in the system for the Chief Executive's pension contributions? It's impossible to link that to pensions. And the second thing is that people who were on the Executive Board at the time I mean, it amazing that they're trying. It amazes me that they try to defend this, defending this, especially when we find that the current leader thinks there was nothing wrong with it. If you look at the auditor's report, it's unlawful for 6 reasons. Now, if one of them are valid, if just one of them are valid, then it's unlawful. But according to the auditor, there are 6 reasons. It reminds me of a football team losing 1-0 and through a penalty, and they then doubt, well, there may be room for doubt whether it was a penalty or not. But when a team loses 6-0, then I think that we then have to accept the result. To be honest, Mr. Barrett is akin to a referee in a football match. And when he comes back and says 6-0, you've lost, then I think it's time to give up. Thank you. Given that I have fairly good hearing, I'm sure, did I hear a phone ringing? Well, whoever's phone it was, £10 to the Chair's fund, please, for charitable purposes. Thank you. Mr. David Jenkins.
Yeah, diolch Cadeirydd. I hadn't intended to speak on this particular one, but 2 points I'd like to raise. Firstly, the previous leader mentioned the fact that the staff salaries were a biennial review, which meant that there was every 2 years, and I assume there would be a date, an anniversary date for the review. And yet this appears as an urgent item in the minutes. So I can't reconcile those 2 facts. So the question is why? Is it because that members of the public were excluded, and as Gwyn has alluded to, the report itself, the minute itself, tells us nothing? How could we as backbenchers be expected to call something in when we didn't know what the hell what it was about? I apologise, Chair, for that. Secondly, much is made about retention of staff. Well, if I was in a position of being a chief executive looking for employment, I'm sure I'd be targeting Carmarthen as the best place to work because it's one of the highest paid chief executives within the country. So I don't see how you can justify retention of staff based on that argument. And, OK, it's a bit of crystal ball gazing, but the Williams report is out now and it is advocating, whether it's accepted or not, a reduction from 22 to 11 unitary authorities. So when that's implemented, there's going to be a surfeit of senior officers all looking for employment, and they're all of different standards. So again, the justification being given doesn't stack up as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jenkins. Giles Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. Can I say, first off, Chair, that I welcome the fact, we are debating this, and welcome even more that this supplement was withdrawn on the 4th of December last year, unlike our colleagues in Pembrokeshire. What we have here, really, is a procedural dog's dinner. It is unfortunate that it has been perceived as a tax avoidance, and I think that is something I and the public at large feel angry about. But if an officer is lucky enough to have reached a pension ceiling in pension contributions through his career, in my opinion, there is no reason for us to discontinue our contributions as a result of that. I think the fundamental points for me are that the officer introducing the document stood to gain from it. I don't care how remote that was. The same officer could be supervising elections and helping us as councillors work within the Code of Conduct. The remoteness of the outcome is irrelevant. It was simply procedurally wrong. The document should not have been allowed to be introduced as an urgent item, given the decision, as Dai alluded to, did not need to be made until months later, and this was incorrect. The fact that it was introduced did not mean that it should have been accepted, and I believe the ramifications and side effects of the report should have been looked into further. But questions still remain about how such a report was brought to Executive Board by a senior officer with many years' experience. And I know some have alluded to the fact that the officer concerned was under pressure, and I think a lot of us recognise that. But still, there are some questions to be answered. Just on a wider point, Chair, I know many people do not like large public sector pay packets, Chair, and that, I'm sure, will be looked at in the future. But I don't agree that because you've reached the limit, there should be a bar on receiving contributions that you would normally be entitled to had you not reached that ceiling. No matter what you're earning, to me that is wrong and inherently unfair, whatever we think about the large pay packets in the public sector. I think in Wales we're great, it's the old saying, knocking people down who've achieved and reached the top. We love them on the way up, but when they're there, we can't wait to knock them down quickly enough. We are penalising people for having reached the top and, quite frankly, done well for themselves, whatever we think of the largeness of the pay packet. And that is something I do not subscribe to. But I would not agree to anything that could be construed as tax avoidance either. We can accuse many other sectors of tax avoidance, but in this forum and in this sector, more than any other, the two, to me, ought to be mutually exclusive. This whole episode, as far as I can see, can be summed up by a lot of officers and councillors, have been working together for a long time, and I think on this occasion, standards slipped. But I'm not coming here today to participate in a public hanging. I believe the decision, on face value, was done in good faith, and the Executive Board are reliant on being advised. To single out 3 members is too few. This process had numerous errors to conveniently pick out just 3 people. I'm glad it's been withdrawn, and I agree that we should look at it again. Prime Minister's question time is the Punch and Judy show of politics, and I'd rather move on constructively and look to, as I said earlier, get a cross-party committee or outside body involved, and even our own scrutiny or audit committees to look over this whole episode and make recommendations. One thing is for sure, though, Chair, there cannot be a repeat episode of these procedural cock-ups in the future. Thank you.
Diolch yn fawr. Conor Demlin,
Diolch, just slightly concerned that a member of our audit committee is asking for somebody else from outside to do that. We've made that point already, that we have the procedures in place to be able to do that. I just want to make one question, really, and it's a simple question. Do I look stupid? That's my question, because I'm not. And to try to say that this decision and the procedures were taken in the context of staff retention is totally disingenuous. Totally disingenuous. As has been pointed out already, it was an urgent item. Did you suddenly decide on a whim that staff retention was an urgent item that you needed to discuss at that point? I don't think so. And again, in that context of staff retention, David Cameron could come here and he'd have to take a pay cut because he's a politician. The head of the Welsh Civil Service could come here and he'd have to take a pay cut. So don't put that argument forward of staff retention. It just doesn't stack up in this context.
Thank you. I assume you don't want a response to that, do you? Councillor Kevin Campbell. Thank you, Chair. Differently, but also similarly to what we discussed this morning, the WA office report is perfectly clear. This is simply unlawful. And we said the same thing this morning, which was that it was unlawful. But what makes this different to the issue we discussed this morning is that this is also immoral. And I would like to ask the leader, because he acknowledged at the outset, and I quote him,
governance issues.
And I'm very happy to accept that there is that acknowledgement of shortcomings having been identified. But he, as the leader of the Labour group on this council, has not referred to the issue of immorality. And was he aware, like the rest of the Executive Board, that in permitting the Chief Executive to opt out of the Dyfed Pension Fund and that he be given a sum of money in exchange, that is tantamount to avoiding the payment of tax? Call it tax evasion, tax scam, tax dodge, whatever use of words you wish. That is what it actually means. And I'm very disappointed, in fact, that the Labour Party here, and I'll be quite open with members in the Chamber, I have great respect for the Labour Party. I've been brought up in an area, in a coal mining area, and the values that I thought the Labour Party stood for: egalitarianism, fairness, justice. They are values that I was brought up with in my own family and in the community. But I'm afraid that those values have been lost in this particular decision, because traditionally, and I've supported this, traditionally the Labour Party has used putting up taxes, the need to put up taxes in order to invest in public services, in order to invest, in order to help the least well-off and most vulnerable members of our community. And I support Ed Miliband's attempt to increase the highest level of income tax to 50%, because that sends an important message in terms of social justice. But the question for me is this. We have a Chief Executive who, as we've heard, who is, with the additional payments being made to him, who earns more than David Cameron. Just think of it, seriously. Just think of the argument about retention when we look at the simple facts. And let us be proportionate as we consider the situation. We're talking, by comparing our own Chief Executive with someone like David Cameron, we're talking about Carmarthenshire, yes, an important county, and let us never be willing to be second best. We should always insist on the best. But at the end of the day, we're not a nation state in the European Union. We're a county in West Wales. We're not a member of the United Nations. And that's why we have to be careful as to the message we're sending to people. And I'm very disappointed, because what the Labour Party has done over the last few months since I've been a councillor, and I still don't understand why they've chosen to do this, what they've done is to refuse to provide a living wage for employees at the bottom of the salary rung here in Carmarthenshire. They've refused the eviction policy for people who get into difficulties with the bedroom tax. And I often laugh when I remember the quote by the former leader, when she said in an article in the Western Mail, "If you pay peanuts, you get monkeys." Well, may I remind the former leader that the top monkey in this place is not swimming from his perch this afternoon. He's home, watching in front of his monitor, and is being investigated by Gloucestershire police. And that's the position we find ourselves in. And so I would ask all members of the Executive Board to take serious account of the moral issues involved here and the messages that we are sending out by closing the gaps between the haves and the have-a-lots and those who have not. And those are that is what I've not heard mentioned this afternoon at all. Thank you for that, Kevin. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? It's been proposed and seconded that we accept the WA report. Everyone in agreement that we accept the report? Anyone against? Any abstentions? Unanimous? And I think that the colleagues on the right will now be leaving us. So thank you for your attendance. I'm sorry that we've gone on to the afternoon, but we're very grateful to you. Thank you.
Iawn te, ewn ni nôl i'r Item 5 ar yr agenda.
We'll go back to item 5 on the agenda to consider a notice of motion presented by Councillor Peters Griffiths. Any declarations of interest? Notice of motion as detailed on the Council summons is before members for your consideration today. Could I please have a proposer and a seconder for the adoption of the notice of motion? Proposed. Do you have a seconder? Do you wish to speak to it? Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Very rarely is a notice of motion such as this placed before Council, and believe you me, I would much prefer to not be in a position where that is required. That's the bottom line. But as councillors, we are duty-bound from time to time to balance very carefully what is happening to our council and to balance every situation for the benefit and well-being of the council and, far more importantly, for the benefit and well-being of the people of Carmarthenshire. And that is why we are here. Now, this notice of motion deals with the council leaders because a very clear and robust report by the Wales Audit Office shows that the standards of leadership in this council are lacking. We saw that this morning and we see it again this afternoon, and there can be no doubt at all about that.
Only based on the two damning reports issued recently by the Wales Audit Office following the detailed investigation by this independent public body which, and I quote, ensures that the people of Wales know whether public money is being managed wisely, auditing their accounts, reporting on how services are being delivered, and listen, wisely and with integrity. And I report, with integrity. As far as this council is concerned, the Wales Audit Office, as we are aware, of course, presented us as members with two reports, the indemnity counterclaim and the other senior officer pay and pension. Now, we must accept that the Wales Audit Office made detailed and extensive inquiries, considered in depth all papers, relevant publications, counterclaims, etc., and all views and opinions expressed. They considered all this. And then they present us with detailed reports, and they explain quite clearly that the Executive Board decisions were incorrect and unlawful in both cases. If you read it page after page, paragraph after paragraph, records and lists the deficiencies of our leaders and the Executive Board. I will quote only some random examples quickly. In the first report, the decision taken by the Executive Board to indemnify the Chief Executive in respect of costs of libel counterclaim was unlawful, and payments made as a result of that decision result in an item of account that is contrary to law. Again, there were also inadequacies in the process adopted by the Executive Board when making this decision. Again, there were failings in governance, arrangements and processes adopted by the Council. And it goes on to explain this in detail on page 9. The matter was considered as a matter of exempt urgent business and did not appear on the published agenda. Again, the Chief Executive was at the meeting but did not declare an interest or leave the room when the matter was discussed. Now, Wales Audit referred to meetings behind closed doors, which is still, of course, very much the case today. Nothing has changed. They state there is no formal record of pre-meeting, which does raise concern over the openness and transparency of the decision-making process. Now, we as elected representatives should be deeply concerned as to how the indemnity issue was handled. But we should be further concerned because all such unlawful decisions were again repeated in the relation to the pay and pension issue. Yet again, under the pay and pension situation, Wales Audit Office report lists the failings of the leaders of this council, and I quote, in governance arrangements and inadequacies in the processes. Again, everything considered in closed session, the decision-making process was neither open nor transparent.
Again, the Council was therefore in breach of the public sector equality duty. It further states, my view is the quality of the decision was poor for the reasons set out. And that is clearly set out in the report. And just one more. Accordingly, the decision of the chairperson, which was Councillor Meryl Gravel as leader at the time, to consider the said item of business, which was pension, without that item appearing on the agenda and without being open to inspection by members of the public, did not comply with Regulation 54201 Regulation Act. 6 members of the Executive Board who were part of those unacceptable decisions, as detailed in the reports, are still members of the Council, namely Councillor Wyn Evans, Pat Jones and Philip Hughes, and also Councillor Kevin Madge, now leader and then deputy leader, Pam Palmer, now deputy leader and member of the then Executive Board, and Meryl Gravel, then Council leader and chair of the Executive Board and a present member of the Executive Board. The then leaders are our present leaders. So, Mr. Chairman, I have a democratic responsibility to place before you today this notice of motion, as by now the Gloucester Constabulary are involved and have stated that it is a matter that should be investigated in the public interest, and the 3 named leaders will no doubt be foremost in the police inquiries, as they were the members of the Executive Board who carried out these unlawful decisions. So it is now up to you, and I look around to members, each and every member of this Council, to decide if these councillors, as listed in my notice of motion, are fit for purpose. This is your decision, based on your conscience and not on your politics. The Wales Audit Office report requires us as a full Council to consider, and it's here, A, whether the report requires the full Council to take any action, and what action to take in response to the report and recommendation. And as you can see, the key word here is action. So my notice of motion indicates clearly the action this full Council can now take. And I move my notice of motion that Carmarthenshire County Council declares it has no confidence in the Council Leader, Councillor Kevin Madge, Deputy Leader, Councillor Pam Palmer, and former Leader, Councillor Meryl Gravel, as they were members of the Executive Board which made the decisions deemed to be unlawful by the Wales Audit Office in its report, and remain members of the present Executive Board. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn fawr, Peter. Cymryd Colin Evans.
Diolch, Cadeirydd, os gai ymateb yn ffyrdd.
Thank you, Chair. If I may respond briefly, I'm not sure whether my voice is going to last, but...
Refine my comments, if I may, in respect to one of those mentioned in the notice of motion, that person being Councillor Kevin Madge, the leader of this council. Now, I have known Kevin for some 35 years, since he started his career in politics, and I was actually present in the council chamber in the then Geneva Borough Council, where, as a district councillor, he was the youngest ever councillor to be elected to the Geneva Borough when he made his maiden speech. I'll never forget that. He was so nervous, the papers nearly fell out of his hands. Now, I have seen and witnessed his career unfold from being a town councillor with Carmarthen Town Councillor, a district councillor, to a county councillor, to executive board member, and now, of course, to leader of this prestigious authority. I have sat with him on the back benches in opposition for 5 years, and I can appreciate how frustrating that can be. And I do empathise with the party opposite, and I understand, but I do not agree with, the politics behind this notice of motion. Now, having known Kevin for this length of time, I came to realise early on that he had 2 qualities which have been a consistent theme throughout his life and his career in politics. And those are the qualities of integrity and, indeed, Chairman, honesty. This is the first time in 35 years that he has faced a no-confidence motion. In my humble opinion, it is entirely misplaced. The first 1.5 years of his tenure as leader have not, as you can well imagine, been easy. The last 3 months, I am sure, an absolute nightmare. But throughout it all, he has demonstrated a resolve to do what is right for the people of Carmarthenshire, where others might easily have crumbled. Now, in respect to the pay supplement, following the issue of the WAO's consideration document, the leader instigated a meeting of the Executive Board in December, where it was unanimously resolved that the pay supplement policy be withdrawn on procedural grounds. He did not wait until the issuing of the PIR, an example then of decisive action and not being afraid of confronting the issues. He recognised the differing legal opinions between the parties, and he managed to bridge this chasm by resolving to work with Wales Audit, and all the while being shackled by the embargo from the Wales Audit in not being able to respond to the questions posed by the media and indeed many others. He has acknowledged the weakness highlighted in governance issues and has already announced the setting up of a cross-party group, including the WLGA, to consider these issues which were carried earlier this morning. Another example of having the resolve and the backbone to face up to and deal with the issues. Mr. Chairman, even Wales Audit would acknowledge that Carmarthenshire is, and I am sure will continue to be, one of the Principality's top performing authorities under the continued leadership of Councillor Madge and your current Executive Board. This notice of motion, Mr. Chairman, is not only, in my opinion, unwarranted, but is also entirely misplaced. Diolch yn fawr, Cadeirydd.
Cynghorydd Pat Jones.
Councillor Pat Jones.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to take you back now I think it's 2 or 3 weeks, and where we were in Council and we were talking about the the council properties, and what a good report we'd had. And that was put in a long time ago, and we were commending the businesses there. But not only has it given better housing for our residents out there who wish to stay in with us, they didn't want to go out to other people, it has also caused that the business people, work through all this. And also, the next knock-on is the apprenticeships that we're all so proud of. I'll get in there, so don't wait with me. So, in the housing department, and the contract framework there was set up in the very beginning, that we made sure that when money was available, we would have a contractor on site, and it's worked perfectly. Right? Then I'm going to the local businesses. They've been kept informed, and they've had money, so on its work, where other authorities haven't had anything. And the MEP programme, what we do with the schools, that's gone through, and we are very good at doing that, and it has made the county better and given better facilities for the children in school. Then we look at the jobs that we're providing. Debenhams came to Carmarthen. You've had a lot of investment there. And now people, instead of going to Swansea, they come to Carmarthen. So that's another success, and that has created jobs for the people of Carmarthenshire. Okay? Then I'm looking at the theatre that we have got, the new Odeon, the theatre in Llanelli, the cross hands that we're going to be doing, the new homes that we're going to be building in Carmarthen, Armanford and Llanelli, and the first county to be now building new bungalows. That comes round only with leadership and with the good officers we've got to supplement it. So I agree with you today. We were wrong with what we did. We've apologised, and I can't say that any of you in this chamber have never made a mistake. We made mistakes, we've owned up to it, and I agree with what you've said today, and we must do it better in the future. So what I'm going to say, we've got good leadership, we've had good leadership over many years, and may it continue. And the other thing I want to say, and what I would suggest, is that we should be working closer together in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Back in 2011, I actually was heavily criticised for calling Merrill Gravel Mark James's cash cow in an email. You know how people take notes of my emails. Cash cow in this case was a source of easy money, and the Ombudsman basically dismissed it, didn't even investigate that claim. But Mark James decided to complain about it, and I gather that Merrill was very upset. Well, maybe, Merrill, you should have been more careful about where you were putting the money, because it seems that Mark James has got a lot of cash out of us that he didn't deserve, or was, in fact, was unlawful. And the council is supposed to be run by us, the councillors, and we are supposed to all be fully informed, and everything should be done right and properly. And we do many good things. We also do many questionable things. And I think that it is a general complaint of many councillors in all the groups that sometimes it appears that things are being run by the officers and not by us. And the Executive Board is our first and only line of defence, because they can do things on their own without us having any input whatsoever. And that's why it's important that they are people of integrity. Let's face it, if you found George Osborne, giving people money hand over fist unlawfully, you'd all be up in arms saying, oh gosh, how terrible, how disgraceful. But, it is not, I'm afraid, in politics, your life of public service which is on the line. It's what you've done recently. It's a bit like a football club. If you actually start not scoring goals, then you yourself have to put really put yourself forward for judgment of some sort. Now, I think that there are many things that that have been done that people disliked. I've myself had a public meeting where I've gone through this issue of the motion of no confidence, and I've also done some telephone polling. Pam, you'll be happy to hear that in Llanelli hardly anybody knows who you are, and I have spent several hours of my life explaining who you are. And I think maybe you should get, can you please get yourself into the Llanelli Star more often? But however, I think that many people are very, very concerned about how this council is run. And maybe not for these specific issues, but for a lot of issues. And I would like, really, the three people mentioned here to just defend what they have been doing. I don't think we want to hear your life stories. We just want to hear what you have been doing and why we shouldn't vote for a motion of no confidence on you, what you are going to do now to remedy things. Because in any other organisation, basically, I think the whole Executive Board would be out on their ear. Because what we've done is we've had these reports, we've messed around with them, we're still not even accepting one Welsh Audit Office report as anything has actually been done. We're not accepting the recommendations. And that is a danger in itself, because we're now putting ourselves in a position where if it goes to the High Court, are we going to actually defend this? Because I say if it goes to the High Court, I think we should just concede it, right? Because we've had enough. We should not actually be spending any more money on these issues. And that's what I want to hear from you. I want to hear what you're doing, why you did what you did, the honest truth, and what we're going to do now. Because, okay, so, everyone will vote in groups and so we'll get away with it. But quite honestly, the people of Carmarthenshire need to know exactly what is happening, why you've done it, and what you're going to do about it.
Iawn, diolch yn fawr. Cymru David Jenkins.
Diolch yn eirydd. I know this first statement will draw a laugh. Today is not about politics, it's about principle and ethics. In 2008 and in 2012, I signed a declaration of acceptance of office, and I've done my best to duly and faithfully carry out my duties in my office in complete observation of the code. And I brought the declaration with me, and in it says, I undertake to observe the code for the time being as to the conduct expected of members of Carmarthenshire County Council, which may be revised from time to time. Again, I've read through the Constitution, especially since I became Chair of Audit, which has had a resounding vote of confidence from members today. And extracts from the Constitution are statements in it like, members are all members, not executive board and backbenchers, this is all members, must observe the Council's code of conduct whenever they conduct business of the authority. They're supposed to be promoting and supporting good governance of the Council and its affairs, promoting and supporting open and transparent government, adhering to the members' code of conduct, the protocol on member-officer relations, and maintaining the highest standards of conduct and ethics in public office. There's a heading then under values, again, openness and transparency, honesty and integrity, equality and fairness. And I've highlighted more here, but I won't go on. I think I made my point there. Leaders are expected to set the standards for others to follow. The actions of the executive board members has brought the authority into disrepute and destroyed its good name, and by doing so, tarnishing the reputation of hard-working employees and councillors. The public perception of the authority is at rock bottom, as I understand is the morale of employees. It's no wonder to me that we've appeared in the Private Eye publication under the Rotten Borough column. So I would ask fellow councillors to vote with a conscience on this notice of motion and not be constrained by party political whipping. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very glad in the previous debate that the leader said that the Executive Board accepts blame and accepts that an unlawful act was undertaken in the case of the pension payments. Well, some kind of acceptance of blame, at least. The fact is that a mistake was made and you were caught. So where does the responsibility lie? That's the next question. I'll now turn to English.
To paragraph 106 in Mr Carr's advice. A mae'r rhain gyda chi gyd. Ar dudalen 34.
And you have these on page 34.
Meeting recorded the chair, being former leader Councillor Meryl Gravel, reported, quote, that she had decided to allow this item to be considered as matters of urgency. Hynny yw, am y pensiwn. Not because the matter itself required urgent action, but because Paul Thomas, who prepared the reports on the pensions issue, had an, quote, unusually heavy workload. Mr Carr is of the opinion that, and I quote, the question comes down to whether the chair was entitled to accede to Mr Thomas's request to treat the matter as one of special circumstances, justifying our opinion that the matter was one that should be considered as a matter of urgency within the 1972 Act, and whether the grounds of our opinion were properly recorded in the minutes. And it comes to this, in paragraph 108, Mr Carr says that, in his view, her opinion was not justified, nor properly recorded in the minutes, and that there was, therefore, a clear procedural irregularity. It's clear, then, that it was Councillor Grammer's action which allowed the decision to be made to introduce the pay supplement, which has been deemed unlawful by the Wales Auditor, and now accepted as such by this Council. Cadeirydd, yn naturiol, mae pawb yn gwneud camgymeriadau.
We all obviously make mistakes. We are mere mortals, and the public in general is willing to forgive those who acknowledge that they have made mistakes. But what angers people is seeing councillors making mistakes, making decisions that may even be illegal and unlawful, and then hiding behind an expensive barrister or blaming the process. Half apologies when they're caught.
Having been caught out, the Executive Board showed a reckless readiness then to spend even more of the taxpayers' money on trying to implement a scheme to help high earners avoid paying tax. After all, it was only after obtaining expensive legal advice from Mr. Carr that the Executive Board backed down. There can be no line drawn in the sand, no putting this behind us, no moving on until the people responsible for or who colluded with these mistakes and the subsequent attempted defence of the mistakes, which were just as bad, until they are called to account. In this matter, the responsibility lies with the Council leadership, both past and present. Had they shown a bit of remorse, a bit of humility, when the WAE report was originally presented to us back in the autumn, perhaps they could have restored this Council's good name at that time. But they didn't, and they haven't. And because of that, we need this motion of no confidence.
I have 4 other speakers. I don't want to... 5, okay. I don't want to be accused of having prevented anyone from speaking. I think everyone's had more than their fair share today. Okay, 6, right. Okay, we'll move on. Councillor Giles Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be a little bit briefer than I was before. I accept that this motion is before us, but as I said previously, it's not just 3 people, in my opinion, particularly off the back of the pensions report. But, people have put their hands up, and they have said that, mistakes were made. And I just think that it doesn't matter what they say now. There's going to be a backlash against them. But in terms of audit reports, we've got 2 before us today, Chair. I'd just like to reiterate that there have been many more that have shown this Council in an excellent light over a period of years. The investment that's come into Carmarthenshire. But on this, on these things have slipped. There's no doubt about that. But as I said previously, I cannot be a part of this public witch hunt, to be quite honest here, which is driven by external forces, in my opinion. I'd like to back Meryl and Pam in the sincerity and good faith I think that they acted.
Conor Philippines. Yes, Chair. As Shai rightly said, but first of all, it has been a long day, and there's been a lot of condemning of both officers and members, whether it be senior officers, members of past Executive Board and present. But I don't think we should forget, we have put our hands up to a lot of things, but members, I don't think we should forget what we've got around us. I think we should all look into our communities and see what we've got. We've only got to look around us, and bear in mind we're on the way out of a recession. I think you can look into Carmarthenshire and safely say that we've virtually come out unscathed. And I should say that's all down to the good leadership we've had, whether it be through senior officers or through the leadership of the Executive Board and good members alike, through your good selves. So, yes, we have made mistakes, but we've also had good leadership, whether it's from yourselves, Executive Board, and from the good senior officers of which you've got. So bear in mind, as bad as it is, there's been an awful lot of good as well. So bear that in mind as when you do vote. That's all I've got to say, Chair.
Conor Peter Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. I've listened quite interested today, like most members. And to be honest, with this motion coming up on no confidence, I find it laughable, really. You've got a council here, an executive board especially, and I mentioned the 3 is Pam, Meryl and Kevin, who've been on the executive board one form or another for the last 10 years. And they have worked very hard to get investment into this county. Unfortunately, and I take obsession to it really, when you see Pride objecting to everything, nobody in Pride has mentioned one word how good things have gone in the last 10 years. They don't want to know. They're there to criticise us because we're in opposition. All right, but there's more investment we put into the main towns and other areas in the last 10 years. And we must remember one thing. There's one other person been involved here, and that's Mark James. Now, he's done a lot of work as well, working with the Executive Board to get investment into this county. And it has been a lot of work, and a lot of other councils throughout Wales are very envious of Carmarthenshire for what they have achieved over the last 10 years. And to put a motion of non-confidence into these three, I think is an absolute disgrace. Thank you very much.
Right, we'll have two more speakers and then we'll go to a vote. Councillor Anthony Jones.
Gareth Jones. Good gracious me, I've got feelings as well. We'll see what it is. Could I firstly, Chairman, appreciate the views of all who have contributed on this particular subject matter. And the first item on the agenda, I think we dealt with amicably, professionally, whilst respecting differing opinions. Now, when it comes down to the second matter, the leader rightly has said they got it wrong. But I think we must bear in mind, again, that they do seek advice in the best interest of all in Carmarthenshire, and that advice has been looked at, and the Wales Audit Office report is clearly there for everyone to see. For those that possibly don't know, I'm also a trustee of one of the biggest pension funds in the country. That is the Mine Workers Pension Scheme. I'm one of 5 representing the whole of the UK. With that said and done, there are certain responsibilities all trustees must have, and I appreciate the sentiments and comments of the trustee from the Dyfed Pension Scheme. I have over 170,000 members, and you must obviously take seriously issues in the interest of all that membership when you become a trustee. It is a very important job, as is leader of any local authority, a very important job. And when things of this nature come to the fore, and when you get people making accusations that things are unlawful, that things haven't been done correctly, then we must look at, well, what on earth did go wrong? And I'm the first to admit when things go wrong, they should certainly be looked at. And again, I think the leader has addressed that with the proposals that we put forward earlier on to set up a cross-party group to look at governance. And that really does need to happen. And I fully endorse that point of view. Now, when it comes down to the vote of no confidence in the 3 members listed in our report, it has been a difficult few months, there is no question at all about it. And without repeating what others have said, they have been unable to respond to the criticisms and allegations. And I really don't think that's a very nice place to be. And you've heard me say this before, always try to put yourself in the individual's position. I've considered all the evidence, and I've read the report on more than one occasion. And I've come to the conclusion that the report from the Wales Audit Office has got to be accepted, and it has been accepted. But there is nothing illegal being done. And that's important to remember. It's not illegal. Now, we can discuss moralities, and I'll be the first to subscribe to Councillor Campbell's point of socialism and the most vulnerable in society, and I would certainly endorse that and always will maintain that. When it comes to senior officers' pay, my favourite saying in this day and age is it's capitalism gone wild. People are earning massive amounts of money. I am not criticising them for earning it, because that is what market rates determine. And as I say, when I go to meetings in the City of London, I can tell you, I see noughts, and I've got to count them. And that's remuneration. It is absolutely ridiculous. And if there's an unfairness in society, that is one of them. That those who have reached the top earn so much against those most vulnerable in society earning hardly anything. I will never, ever forget my roots, I can assure you. Been a miner myself for 20-odd years. I've been looking at how things have developed and how society has changed. People may wish to disregard those viewpoints, but it's where people like myself and others gauge what public opinion sometimes is and sometimes isn't. And I've got to accept, as being a trade union official for a number of years, I could not please everybody all of the time. And you do have to sometimes say the unpalatable. The unpalatable in this instance is, we got it wrong following advice. And I think the leader has stated quite rightfully so, he apologises for getting that wrong. And we must now move forward in a very positive light to see how on earth this issue, which may come back, remember this now, it's not illegal, it does happen, is happening, it's just the process that we had in this county was wrong. And I think we need to be very mindful of that, because all we will do by putting further restrictions on the ability of this authority to attract the best personnel will maybe be at our disadvantage in the future. And I can remember being on boards with a local health board, and we were offering properties to bring people in to work in Carmarthenshire. We'll give you a house. We'll set you up. And we still couldn't get them in. Senior pay salaries, I can assure you, are in a different world to what we, and myself as a layperson, understand. That is why we get advice on them. I'm not saying it's right. Morally, I agree. I think it's wrong, and the pay structures are gone way out of kilter. And I think Welsh Government needs to intervene. They've intervened for us as members by reducing the amount we get, by cutting the amount of remuneration we get, out of our hands completely. And I'm happy for that to be the case. Maybe it's time this Welsh Government actually came in and decided that for top civil servants as well. That's all I've got to say, Chairman, but I will certainly be opposing the notice of motion. I will be certainly supporting the 3 members listed in the petition. Diolch, Cadeirydd.
Okay, the last speaker, Gareth Jones, before we go to a vote. Thank you, Chair. I won't keep you long. Just a question to the leader, really, to conclude matters, and he can close the debate. Would you agree that the reports on today's meeting have damaged the reputation of the County Council amongst the public, and what will he personally do to restore that situation?
Yes, but because I'm not. Yeah, you know, at the end of the day, we can see that some damage has been done, and there's no doubt, and we've got to work harder now to put that trust back. But I'm sure that, you know, I haven't said nothing about, and as been said, there's been months and months of people being able to say things. I could have replied to a dozen or more people, and people in this chamber, on the things that they've said publicly. But I'm not going to. They're on record now what they've said. I haven't been able at any time as leader over the recent months to reply to these people, MPs, AMs or whatever. But a lot of them, you know, are they perfect in their careers? No, they're not. And they've done mistakes themselves. And the chickens will come home to roost with some of them. But, the but is, I have done, we're all done in good faith. We've done what we thought was right on officers' recommendations. And that's what we've always done. And as been said in this debate, this council can be proud of the record of this administration over 10 years. The things that we have achieved are well documented. And it's no good of the opposition trying to rubbish what we've been doing, because you can only go all over Wales where I go. People do bring up that Carmarthenshire is one of the best performing councils in Wales, and they recognise the work that this council is doing. I've got the Minister now coming down next week or the week after with my Deputy Leader here, for the first bungalows with the first authority, and we'll be opening the new bungalows in Llanelli. The first authority in Wales, and we'll have elderly people going into those bungalows next week. That's something to be proud of. That's only one thing that we've done. But, Chairman, yes, there's a lot to learn here. I've learned a lot in recent months, and I think the opposition have got a lot to learn as well, how they handle themselves, because there's a lot being said. As they all were aware, we know there's elections coming in a year's time and all that, and there's a lot of this going on. But at the end of the day, I've learned in my political career, if you do something, if you think that you've done a mistake, put your hand up, and I think that's what we are doing here today. Some mistakes have been done. Yes, I've heard people are saying that things are lawful, yeah. Yes, what has been said, but it's not lawful until it ever goes to court. And I'm afraid that, hopefully, that we've avoided that, because we've looked at it again. We've looked at it in December. We reversed the pensions and the recommendations that I put forward today. We'll now work together, cross-party, to look at the governance of this council, to look at what issues, what has changed. Because let's be honest, this meeting now is televised. The minutes of this meeting now could well be that we could need to be beefing up the minutes. I think we need to look at these things. I'm prepared to do that. I remember when I was on to Never Borough Council, you really had everything in the minutes, and I think that's something I think we need to look at as a priority. So there is things to learn. I'm willing to learn. I hope members will learn from this, because some of you will be here in years to come as well. That's the message from me. We will learn from this. We will move forward, and we will deliver for the people of Carmarthenshire the things that we promised them, and we'll carry on in the next years to come. Diolch yn fawr, Chairman. Thank you.
Yn gros gran, falle, Sir John Jenkins,
reluctantly, Mr. John Jenkins has asked, and you really do have to be brief before we go to a vote.
Speak, but there was something Anthony said that prompted me about the pay review coming back again to us. My attention is drawn to the comment in the Wales Auditor's report about that it's out of iris that the Council cannot remunerate to avoid or mitigate the effects of pension legislation. Mistakes have been made, that's the past. What would give me confidence if the leader could give the commitment that it won't be made in the future, that we will not make ultra-vires decisions in the future, that we will abide by the law and we won't waste tens of thousands of pounds of legal brief to try and get around the law. Can you just give us the confidence, Leader, that you will respect the advice of the Audit Office, please?
When I say yes, that the problem, nobody knows what comes in the future, but what you've just said now, I give you assurances that will be the case, and you'll hold us account if we don't do that. Thank you.
Okay, we go to a vote. May I ask for a recorded vote? Please be upstanding. Okay, you know what's ahead of you. You either accept the motion or refuse it. And I've been asked here, just to make sure that we have got this right, please speak directly into the microphone so that the people recording the votes can hear you clearly. Okay, we'll move on then.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Allen.
Against.
Councillor Bartlett.
Erbyn.
Councillor Bowen.
Against.
Councillor Kayak.
For.
Councillor Campbell.
O blaid.
Councillor Charles.
Dros.
Councillor Cooper. Councillor Cundy.
Against.
Councillor A. Davis.
For.
Councillor D.B. Davis.
Against.
Councillor G. Davis.
O blaid.
Councillor I.W. Davis. Councillor J.A. Davis.
Yn erbyn.
Councillor S.L. Davis.
Against.
Councillor T. Davis.
Yn erbyn.
Councillor W.K. Davis.
Yn erbyn.
Councillor W.R.A. Davis.
Against.
Councillor Davis.
O blaid.
Councillor Devishand. Councillor Dole.
O blaid.
Councillor Edmonds.
Against.
Councillor Edwards. Councillor D.C. Evans.
Yn erbyn.
Councillor H.A.L. Evans.
O blaid.
Councillor L.D. Evans.
O blaid.
Councillor W.J.W. Evans.
Erbyn.
Councillor W.T. Evans.
O blaid.
Councillor Gravel. Councillor Harries.
O blaid.
Councillor Higgins.
Yn erbyn.
Councillor Hopkins. Councillor Howell.
Blaid.
Councillor Hughes Griffiths.
Blaid.
Councillor P.M. Hughes.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor A. James. Councillor J. D. James.
Against.
Councillor D. M. Jenkins.
O blaid.
Councillor J. P. Jenkins. Councillor A. W. Jones.
Yn erbyn.
Councillor G. O. Jones.
O blaid.
Councillor H. I. Jones.
Yn erbyn.
Councillor P. E. M. Jones.
Against.
Councillor T. J. Jones.
Yn erbyn.
Councillor Lenny.
O blaid.
Councillor Llewellyn. Councillor Madge. Councillor Matthews.
Against.
Councillor Morgan. Councillor Owen.
For.
Councillor Palmer. Councillor Price.
O blaid.
Councillor Richards. Councillor Roberts.
Against.
Councillor Shepherdson. Councillor Speak. Councillor Stevens. Councillor Theophilus. Councillor E. G. Thomas.
Against.
Councillor G. B. Thomas. Councillor J. Thomas. Councillor M. K. Thomas.
Against.
Councillor S. E. Thomas.
O blaid.
Councillor W. D. Thomas. Councillor Tremlett. Councillor D. E. Williams.
O blaid.
Councillor J. Williams. Councillor J. E. Williams.
O blaid.
And Councillor J. S. Williams.
O blaid.
Thank you. For the motion...
please.
For the motion, 28. Against the motion, 41.
Given that the motion has fallen, may I firstly, before closing the meeting, may I thank you as councillors for the way you've conducted yourselves. It's not been easy for me, and it's for you, and it hasn't been easy for me. I hope that I've given everyone the opportunity to make their views known. That's the role of the chair, as far as I'm concerned. So thank you very much indeed. And as there are no other items on the agenda, and as I have not been informed prior to the meeting of any item that requires urgent attention, I now declare that the meeting is closed. And safe journey home.